Oh, we've all got content brain.
Like I could walk out and be like, "Hey guys,
You get Aiden Ross to pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to live stream from the flood.
God," and he'd be like, "Oh my God, look, there's a dog in the water." You know, I was like, "Do I stay? Do I leave?" So I was like, "You know what? I'm just gonna stay, and I'm gonna see what happens." And nothing ended up happening.
Roll the dice. That's good. That's good. Well, I'm glad that everything worked out, because when you told us that, I was like, that sounds extremely serious. Like, what?
I know. We're really spoiled in California, I will say. Like, we're super spoiled. We don't really get like things like that. So when I got that notification, I was like, is this a prank? Like I legit thought it was a prank. And then all the news sites started talking about it. I was like, oh, okay, we're screwed. Like, I'm just gonna write it out. I was legit planning on like coming in and joining if like the tsunami could, if I had internet, you know, because I can't do anything about it. But yeah. Anyways, what were you guys talking about?
You know, just the news this week. You know, some big things happened, some not so big things happened, some good things happened. Depending.
Mike is so excited to talk about his favorite news item of the week. I can.
Yeah.
Hardly...
Is my mic any better?
It's great.
It sounds okay. Yeah.
Sounds better.
You notice really? we've been trying to draw it out just to extend the rest of the stories a little bit, because Mike is just frothing at the opportunity to talk about
the big I don't know what you're talking about.
This is why I'm streaming on my second channel today. I'm like, Mike is going to be a little too spicy for my audience.
I too was expecting spice there.
I know. I'm so sorry.
David doesn't want the smoke.
I'm so sorry.
I don't want to get banned off YouTube is what I don't want.
I am a liability. There's been an article that mentioned
like,
the
I don't
leftist
want
mafia.
Your drama. Oh, really?
Was it really?
That features me.
Wait,
he's an article that mentions leftist mafia?
Yeah,
there's an article that mentions you?
He sent it in the group chat.
Yeah. Look, I've been memeing a little bit too close to the sun. I've been having a little bit too much fun.
Wait, where's this article?
Now you're all implicated. I'm so sorry.
We got to bring this article up.
Just scroll up in the chat. You'll see.
It's like from a sports website, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not super familiar with them.
Scroll where? I don't see an article anywhere.
You recovered in a sports
website? Screenshot of it. It says in the article, Mike Quigueredo, co-host of the quote Leftist Mafia podcast, is one of them. He's also an abhorrent man who mocked the sons of their father, who was just killed. And
wait, where is this? I want to show this.
Well, it's like I didn't even know the guy had sons. What?
You don't have to.
Yeah, can we stream this? Like, I feel like chat.
I don't know what chat you're talking about.
In our DMs on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, the DMs.
Yeah.
We have a private chat on StreamYard. We should use that. I've got to search this.
It is an Outkick article if you want to.
How did I miss this?
Yeah. Outkick Mike Figueredo, probably. Or Leftist Mafia.
What the hell's Outkick? Okay, so it's not important.
Oh, yeah. It starts with Taylor Enns. It says left wing nuts celebrate the murder. All right. I can.
I thought it was like, CNN or something.
Guilty. Left wing nut guilty.
Who cares about Outkick?
Not left wing nut. I feel like they could have done it better.
Better
Both
name.
of my nuts were celebrating that one.
Well, I mean, should we give a little background for people who don't understand the full story at this point?
Yeah, we're kind of starting towards the end of it, because they or no, actually that's not true. They don't bring in the Anna Kasparian element of this. It's just me reacting to people reacting to news that was really unfortunate about the healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson of United Healthcare. So, we got the really sad news story, and I made some tweets about it, and they made some articles about it, or one article about it, and people reacted to it. And
okay, what tweets though? What you gotta show it on the screen.
Did you find the article, David?
If not, yeah, but I don't want to show them. No one knows how Outkick is. Who the hell's Outkick? I don't give them attention.
Oh, it's a very right wing publication.
Exactly. It's not whatever. It's what I care about are Mike's tweet. We can show Mike's tweets.
Okay. So hang on. I didn't prepare any.
I mean, if you want to show Outkick, you can. Whatever. But I want to show.
Well, they did give us a shout out.
I'll show your tweet of the screenshot. There you go. You can do that.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. The screenshot. That's good.
I'm just like, I don't want to give them my views.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Fair enough. Well, I guess to anyone who hasn't been following the news at all and has no idea what we're referencing, yesterday there was an assassination that took place on a CEO in the streets of New York, and the responses to it have been mixed, to say the least. At the far spiciest corner, I believe Mike won the award for ghost pepper. Whatever, whatever limits.
I mean. I wouldn't say this, but you can say whatever you want.
Listen,
I'm not going to pearl clutch over it.
Yeah, here's what I will say about this tweet. After thinking about it, it's been 24 hours since I made this tweet. I will say, I think everything I said was absolutely 100% correct, and I would say it again and tweet it again. I was spitting here,
Period.
and it's fucking. It was amazing.
Stand on business.
No, but so if you look at the tweet that I'm responding to, though, no, I'm unrepentant, 100%. So the lady Julie Nelson, she's basically reacting to what we all saw immediately was people joking about the death of the CEO because everybody in America has a healthcare story. So they weren't very sympathetic. And people pointed that out. And this lady got really offended that people were basically joking about this murder. And so her reaction was, oh my God, he was a human being with a family. And I'm sorry, that really rubbed me the wrong way because it's so tone deaf. First and foremost, his family is going to be okay. Everybody who is a victim of United Healthcare has a family that they never think about. But I mean, this guy's family in particular, they're going to be perfectly fine. They have enough of his blood money to last them for generations. So they'll be taken care of. Also, there was a quote from the wife who said that maybe this was from somebody who was denied a claim or something. She seemed really ignorant to what her husband was doing, and that really made me mad too. To be fair, I tweeted this before I saw that, but it's just completely oblivious to the pain and suffering that her husband is causing. But the sentiment behind this obviously is you don't get to emotionally blackmail us and say we don't get to laugh about this killer because think of the family. They never think of the families, okay? So fuck his family. That's my sentiment. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. It hurts your feelings. I wish no ill will on the family, obviously. I'm not wishing for them to be assassinated, but I'm not going to extend sympathy for the family who's going to be okay when countless people have died at the hands of this healthcare CEO. And what I find so annoying about Americans is that this is such a violent culture. For the past year, we've seen people completely ambivalent towards children in Gaza getting blown up. And then when Osama bin Laden did 9/11, back in, 2011, 2012, how many Americans were celebrating this? I mean, this healthcare CEO, low-key, probably killed way more people than Osama bin Laden, but it was okay to celebrate his death. So I just find it so hypocritical. I find it disgusting that Americans like to pick and choose whose deaths you can and can't celebrate when we are a deeply violent country and we celebrate deaths all the time and we cause deaths around the world. So the pearl clutching to me is so rich.
Well, I was going to say right-wingers were celebrating a dude who shot a couple climate protesters as a hero, being like, free this man. And he shot a couple climate protesters in cold blood, which is just okay. But yeah, more to your point. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is another example of that, where he's still
the guy on trial today.
His hero.
The guy on trial, Daniel Penny? The guy who strangled the homeless man to death on the New York subway. I can't remember his name, Daniel Penny or something. They're saying they hope that he's not guilty, even though they saw him on video kill a man. So they're so hypocritical, and I find it disgusting. And it's not just like the right wingers. I also find the liberals gross too, because they've been tone policing all of us for caring about deaths in Gaza for the past year, and then people like Aaron Rupar will come out and say, "Oh, this is so gross for you guys to celebrate."
Yeah, he said it was unhinged. He called Ken Klippenstein unhinged for pointing out that this particular CEO's company denied 32% of all claims to their clients. That's the highest of any single health insurance company in the United States. That's 1 in 3 nearly. So nearly 1 in 3 claims were denied. And again, Aaron Rupar is a person who's been called out frequently for exactly what you were talking about, which is that every day when I wake up, I see dead children being held by screaming mothers. And there's never a fucking word about that from any of the liberal pundits or anything. And I think that's why most people are so flippant. I think for people who are kind of shocked at how collectively the internet is reacting to this, it's because like for the last year, politicians on one end have been telling us one story, which is that this is about rules-based order. This is about obviously Israel's right to defend itself. It has to defeat Hamas. We have to fund them because they're defeating terrorists. We have to get rid of Hezbollah. They're telling us that every day. Well, we can see with our own eyes it's a genocide. Like Amnesty International just confirmed their investigation. It's genocide. They are declaring it genocide. That's what's happening. And so on one end, the same politicians now are like, how dare you? How could you? Uncouth, I say, speaking about a man who had a family. He had a mother. He was the child of a mother as well. Like, come on. How could you say this?
Yeah. It's honestly so gross. And these politicians like Dean Phillips. Yeah, I was going to say Dean Cain.
Yeah, Dean Phillips.
That's Superman. Dean Phillips was trying to hypocrisy burn lefties where he's like, oh, they're against killing terrorists in Gaza, but they support killing CEOs. Got it. When it's like, you have no moral standing here to be making these kinds of claims. You have supported death and destruction. You have voted for death and destruction. You have blood on your hands. And you're saying that us memeing and shitposting about a CEO who got clapped because he, even though, he killed people. So that's why we're laughing. But you're saying that we're the ones with immorality to sort out? No, I'm sorry. I reject that unequivocally. Fuck off. I think these people are scum. And they have no right to lecture any of us about who we are allowed to laugh about. Like, they were even, listen, it's not just this guy. They were even clutching their pearls when we were joking about Henry Kissinger. He murdered millions of people, and these same fucking people clutched their pearls and said lefties are gross. When it's like, okay, are we not allowed to celebrate a killer getting killed? I mean, we're not saying go do that. Nobody's saying that. We're just saying it happened. I have no sympathy. What do you want from me? I feel like that's a human response. It doesn't make you immoral. It speaks to this justifiable outrage that we all feel. We wanted Medicare for all in this country, and politicians said, no, you can't do that. Remember during the 2020 primary, they're like, they like their private health insurance, and we've been trying to say, we don't actually, we hate our private health insurance, and now they're realizing, oh, they really hate their private health insurance. And, it should be a wake-up call, but it won't be a wake-up call. But this is kind of the result of our collective desperation, where people feel hopeless. They feel like nothing is going to change the system. So when they see some guy go out and do this, they're not going to feel sympathy. They're going to go to the Facebook page of United Health and put a little, laugh emoji. Because that's
it's
the
at
way.
52,000, by the way.
I know someone said. Wow.
Someone said
it's still up. I thought it was taken down.
Oh no! I checked it. I just checked it. It's 52,000 laugh emojis. 52,000, and that is like Facebook is not the home of progressives. I'm sorry. That speaks to a very different demographic.
TYT is home of progressives.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
I set you up for that one. I get at least 1 point.
So
it is wild for
me,
Facebook
Lance.
to have that.
How dare you?
So I did a bunch of research I made multiple videos on Instagram and TikTok. I just want to go through some of the things that I found about this. So in 2024 alone, through Brian Thompson's leadership, United Healthcare was able to deny claims of 31.5 million sick Americans. But not only that, the United Health Group altogether since 1998 have lobbied $100 million, over $100 million, and their contributions to politicians have been since 1990, $34 million. Now, these contributions basically mean, hey, we're going to contribute to you so that you don't pass Medicare for expansions to Medicare, Medi-Cal, as well as just giving people more insurance stuff. But also United Healthcare donated around $700,000 to Kamala Harris's campaign as well. Yeah. So that was probably why she wasn't very open to, healthcare and really just kind of honed in on immigration. But the last thing I wanted to point out is that United Healthcare uses an AI model that has a 90% error rate. And that's why their denial claims were so high, because they were using an AI that has a very high error rate, and they were denying the claims, which amounted to over 31 million people getting their claims denied.
It's truly it's just
how many of that is kids? How many of the 31 million is kids? How many of those died? Like, how many people died because of that AI and that program?
Yeah, and the stories
where the tears from that
are very gut wrenching. Like talking about their kids with cancer getting denied, pregnant people getting denied, saying that their procedure to deliver a baby is not covered. It's genuinely monstrous, and I don't think people understand just how predatory these insurance companies are. So if you go to certainly grocery stores, I've seen this. You have, I don't know if it's United Health, but a healthcare booth set up to sell Medicare Advantage to seniors, which is a scam. Like, if you qualify for Medicare, you never want to buy Medicare Advantage. It is private insurance. You want Medicare plus the supplement. But they try to pitch these plans to get these old people on these plans because they don't know any better. Healthcare is so complicated. You genuinely trying to navigate it is very, very difficult. Even for me, who I feel like I know a lot about this, it's still very confusing. Like, after my dad died, like just after he died, my mom got all these bills, and it was about like 80,000 in total, and she was crying. Like, she had no idea if this was an invoice or she had to pay it. Thankfully, she did not have to pay that. But when you're a grieving widow and you get these bills and you think, oh my God, you're already thinking, you're trying to like process the death of your husband. But then on top of that, you're wondering, am I going to have enough to survive with this Social Security? How much money am I going to have? Can I pay the mortgage? It makes things so much worse. And then when you think about the things that people go through, we're talking about people suffering from cancer, end of life stuff, and then they have to worry about whether or not a specific treatment is going to be covered. These are blood-sucking companies. They are the most evil companies, one of the most evil industries, and it's just genuinely sickening. And I'm explaining this, but I'm preaching to the choir. Every American knows it. And so in my mind, the people who are clutching their pearls at everybody having this reaction, they're the ones who are immoral, in my opinion, because you're basically just like poo-pooing their legitimate grievances that they have with the system that has fucked them over, that has killed their family members, or bankrupted them. I think that the figure was like 6% of American adults have at least $1,000 in medical debt. 3% have 10,000 plus in medical debt. It's the number one cause of bankruptcy. This is as rapacious as it gets. And so, again, just going back to the politicians, you know, when they talk about how much we love our private insurance, we don't. Medicare for All, Bernie's version, would have abolished private insurance, and that's great. That was pitched as like the worst part about it. And Kamala Harris, you know, in 2019, she walked away from that first. But that is what we want. We want you to run against these private insurance companies. We do not like them, and politicians should learn from this, but they will not. They'll double down because they don't care. They're paid to be complacent.
They're lobbied
and complicit with our suffering. Exactly, David.
United Health. If you go on Open Secrets, it shows you since 1998, United Health have put over $100 million into lobbying, and that's separate from even like contributions. Like, that's just lobbying. Like, the amount of these politicians are in a complete bubble. Like, in terms of what people are talking to them about on a daily basis. Like, these are the people they're talking to. Like, lobbyists for private insurance companies. So of course they think the idea of like a universal system is insane because they have great health care. They don't have to worry about that. They're not personally impacted. People they know aren't personally impacted. Their whole worldview is from the perspective of lobbyists and wealthy individuals. So there's this complete disconnect with average people, which also goes to the disconnect that people have had being surprised by the reaction to this. Like, people that are surprised by the reaction must have great healthcare and must be fairly well off, because how could you not understand why this got the kind of reaction it did?
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca.
Hey, guys. Hi.
How's it going?
We're talking about the healthcare situation, and the reactions to the CEO.
Like yours?
Yeah, mine too. But I apologize, Rebecca, and everybody in advance for bringing the heat to the show. I'm so sorry. No, I was going to say, to David's point about people having healthcare, you know, Nate Silver accidentally made a really good point. He's like, you know, a lot of hyper online people, they have undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues. And that's exactly correct. Like, I was one of those people. So I had untreated, you know, anxiety and panic disorder until I got on Medicaid. And then I was able to finally get treatment. But now that I have regular insurance, I no longer qualify for that treatment. It's not covered. But my health insurance company is so kind because they let you download a free app that tells me when to breathe. And it's like, well, that's my mental health care, baby. Nice. Hell yeah. Very generous. So, like, he's not wrong, right? With saying that a lot of people can't treat these mental health issues that we have because, you know, in the minds of these health insurance CEOs, they think that, I guess, your brain is disconnected from your body and mental health care isn't healthcare, in the same way that they think that your teeth, that's not healthcare, that's different, that's dental care. Or, you know, your eyes, that's not the same. So it's just they try to disaggregate healthcare because it's more profitable to sector it into different industries and whatnot, because they can squeeze more money out of us. This year, we just had open enrollment. A lot of people in America are dealing with that, and had to like buy dental insurance.
I also wanted to tell just a quick story. Like a year and a half ago, I had a stomach pain, and I walked into a walk-in clinic, and then a doctor poked it, released his fingers, and was like, "You got to go to ER." Went to ER, got an X-ray, CT scan, had to go for emergency surgery. Spent 2 days in the hospital, saw doctors, nurses, got hospital food. Had to get my appendix taken out, or I was going to die, and it cost me this much money. This is the amount of money I paid for all of that from start to finish. $0, zero.
Wow.
That's to go into any walking clinic I wanted in the city. Walk in there, see a doctor who was like, "Oh yeah, you should go to ER." Go to ER. They're like, "Oh, we should run some tests." Get some tests, CT scan again, the X-rays, all that stuff. Did blood work, all that stuff, and then within 2 days was back home. And I was talking to Americans, and they were like, that would have been $50,000-$70,000 probably for that experience.
Absolutely.
No,
yeah. For 6 years, I had to be in and out of the hospital every week because of cyst and cancerous cells. And me going to the hospital as a Black woman at that, I had to tell them something was wrong with me. The man kept saying nothing was wrong with me. And I kept saying, yo, like I was doing a show at the time. That day, I'll never forget it. I was doing a show at the previous company I was working for, doing a show. Ben was off that day because he was actually having a baby. And I remember something just popping up in there. And I'm like, I had to continue to do the show because the people I was working for was saying, they told me that I could not, if I left, I would be fired. Now that was the most money I was ever making. I just graduated from grad school. Now I'm working, this political show. And I was doing it by myself. So I had to do it. I think I left that place at 11 p.m., went to the hospital. Then people had me in a waiting room with a whole bunch of sick people. And I kept telling them, something was wrong with me. They were like, well, if you don't have insurance, you have to get to the back of the line. I had no insurance, not a thing. But they were like, well, you can sign up for this, bootleg insurance where we can get a dime at least. And I was like, well, let me do that. And then when I did that took about an hour. Then they were able to let me see someone. When I saw someone, the doctor was like, said something that was totally opposite of what was wrong with me. And I kept saying, I don't think that's it. Can we get a second opinion? Can we get something? Doctor was like, yeah, I got to be out of here. Literally said this while I was in there. Yeah, I got to be out of here. Yeah, I got to be out of here. And, so we're going to have another doctor come see you, but he's not going to be here for 2 hours. They had me in the hallway. And from then on, sent me home, had surgery. I didn't know how to pay for it. Surgery was like 2 weeks later. And then I had to go to the hospital every week after that. I had to pay for that out of pocket with the little bootleg insurance that I had. And every time I couldn't pay for it, they would send that bill immediately. Not only the bill, send you a text message to let you know your broke ass needs to pay for the services rendered. We don't care if we had you in the hallway. That was expensive. We don't care if we had you in the waiting room. That was expensive. So you need to pay up. And I had to sit my Black ass up in there. Well, I had to tell them what was wrong with me. He didn't even want to care about any of that. I had to get a second opinion months later. And the surgery that I had the week after, they were saying I didn't need. It was a whole thing, and I had to still pay for. So, and then continuing to go to the doctor without insurance. So the corporate job that I did have, I kept for sure because of the weekly doctor visits. And that was one of the only benefits that I had at that corporate job that was able to help me pay, even though I still had to pay for my doctor's visit. So the insurance is very expensive. They don't do nothing for nobody here in America. Pretty much, you go there, you get your services rendered, but they will bill you. You go try to get you a house, a car, or whatever the case may be. They will make sure that shows up on your credit. So you're 800 score, but because you had a sickness that you didn't know that was going to come up, baby, you can't get no house. You can't even get an apartment without having a guarantor. You can't do any, get a car. The things that are necessary for you to live day to day, you can't, because insurance is such a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't have a lot of options. I think that the ACA was better than nothing for sure. It helped. Like, I wouldn't have healthcare without the Affordable Care Act. But you're really limited in the options that you have. My health insurance went up this year by almost $100. But if I wanted to switch to get a more affordable plan, then I would have to travel 30 to 40 minutes away, because the cheaper plan only is accepted by doctor's offices that are out of my network. So there's all these different, if you want a cheaper plan, you might have to travel. There's, and what people like internationally, I know that David and Lance know this, but like people internationally are always shocked. Like, you see these people on the street, like they'll explain about American healthcare and they don't know just how messed up it is, where it's like, oh, did you know about networks? And they're like, well, what is a network? And I think that this lady, Sharon Zhang, she shared a United Healthcare card, and it showed that she had, they were kind enough to cover out-of-network expenses for her, which is really unheard of for insurance companies. And turns out she just has to pay the first $1 million, and then anything after that they'll cover, right? Which wow, great. Thank you, United.
Wasn't the card like 999,000? Like nine,
yeah,
it was like all nine.
Yeah.
It's insane.
If you have it $1 less than $1 million, I guess it looks more reasonable.
It's probably honestly, it's probably because they couldn't fit that many characters on the card, so they probably had to do like whatever the max limit was.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're in a situation like Lance, right, where he had to get surgery, or like Rebecca, where you had to get surgery immediately, you know, and an ambulance is called for you, if you're unconscious, you're just going to get taken to the nearest hospital. They're not going to dilly-dally. They're going to try to save your life. It's not the EMT's job to determine, you know, what your insurance status is. The problem is that, like, you can have two different hospitals, like, just a mile apart, and they could be in two completely different networks. And if they happen to take you to the hospital that's out of your network, that's it. You're in financial ruin unless you could pony up like $50,000.
That's such
it's just
that's such a foreign idea to me. Like, we have single payer, right? So it's the idea of like, oh, I can't go to that doctor. Like, it just it's weird. Like, it's weird. Yeah. The whole thing's so stupid. It's amazing to me that this even has to be explained to, like, the idea that Bernie Sanders had to popularize Medicare for all. Like, why wasn't it already? Like, why weren't people already freaking the fuck out about how broken the system is? I guess because they're born into it. It's like, it's like normalized.
Yes. Right. Exactly.
Yes. We're also pretty uneducated for the most part. Like, most Americans don't even leave America. They don't even know that universal healthcare is a standard practice in all of the world. But so my partner is a medical doctor, and he's an internal medicine doctor, and so he's the person that like works on the floor. So for example, if you go in with a heart attack or something, you get admitted to the hospital, he's the one taking care of you. And it's almost on a daily basis where people will come in and they'll be like, I gotta go, I can't afford this, you need to let me go, I can't afford this. And he has to like make them sit down and be like, no, you have to stay here, like I have to run scans on you, I don't know what's going on, I'm not confident sending you back home. And it's almost a daily thing that he has to deal with. And even sometimes he'll try to, you know, like push the scans and make them, he'll be like, okay, I'll let you go home tonight, but just wait so I can get all your scans in so that you can go home. And then if there's something, I can call you back. But going beyond that, both of my parents have stage 4 cancer, and their medication alone, no, it's okay. Their medication alone. So when you have cancer, you have to get a bunch of CT scans, MRI scans. You have to have a rheumatologist. You have to go to physical therapy. You have to have your regular doctor. So there's a lot of people think like, oh, cancer is just chemotherapy, but it's not. Chemo is just like one part of having cancer. It's like a whole, you know, it's like a whole ecosystem of doctors and medication that you have to take when you have cancer, depending on your cancer. But the chemo alone, I was looking at my dad's chart today because they called me and they were like, you have to pay $800 for his chemo pills. And I was like, okay. But I was looking through his chart, and my dad and mom's chemo alone is $50,000 a month. And that's just their chemo. That's not their PT, x-rays, CT scans. And it's just like, if they cut off Medicaid or Medi-Cal, like they're going to be screwed, you know?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like it's really fucked up. Also in America, if you have like Medi-Cal, they'll say like, okay, we're gonna pay for all of this, but 20% of it is on you. And 20% of like 25,000 a month is a lot. So there's a lot of people that end up in super like bad medical debt because of that too. And I just don't think people really take that seriously because it just kind of happens randomly, you know, like you never know. One day you just wake up and you have cancer. Like that's literally how it goes.
Yeah, it's why
like there shouldn't be a profit motive behind it.
Yeah. That's why these people who are clutching their pearls, like I have to assume, like as David was saying, that they're privileged. Like they have enough money to where they don't have to worry about it, right? They have savings to the point where if they have to foot the bill, they can if their insurance doesn't cover it. Because other than that, like every single American basically has a healthcare nightmare story. Every single one of them. And if they don't have it, they know somebody who has it. So this is why the response was so overwhelming. I don't know if you wanted to get into the second portion of this because somebody reacted to my edgy tweet, which is not endorsed or condoned by these people on this panel.
It's literally your cover photo, Mike. Just go for it.
I was gonna say before we even get into that, why did you feel the need? I just want to know where your head was at because I feel it, but where was your head at the time?
Oh, you mean about the family, the F the family tweet?
Yeah, F the family of the CEO of United Health.
Yeah. So I'll explain it. So the lady Julie Nelson is basically clutching her pearls at everybody who's laughing and joking about this guy who was assassinated, saying, how could you say this? Think about his family. And I view that as very disingenuous. I view it as emotional blackmail. She's trying to basically find a way to cultivate sympathy for this CEO who was a killer. You might not see him stab somebody or shoot somebody, but these are social murders that he is committing. We don't know how much. Maybe it's going to be quantified at some point. But this man is a killer. So he doesn't think about the families that he kills when their claims are denied. So I view it as very disingenuous. So it's like, okay, his family will be fine. They've got the blood money that will sustain them for generations. They're going to be fine. So the fact that we have to think about their feelings when this CEO never thinks about other people's feelings, to me, it's like, okay, well, if that's how it is, fuck his family too. You're not going to stop us from laughing at this when it's the product of a very unjust, regressive system that is literally killing people. I'm sorry. Like, I reject that unequivocally. If that hurts your feelings, Julie, it hurts your feelings. Be offended. I don't know what to tell you. Fuck his family too. That's like, I don't wish them harm. I just like, I don't care about their feelings. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to guilt trip us. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rebecca.
And Julie is what, an attorney general somewhere?
I thought she was like a local news reporter. I'm not really sure.
So,
but she was laying it on a little bit thick for the CEO. So I had to basically invoke the inner edgelord and trigger her more.
You gave like a few words, and that was you. You know what I'm saying? You stood 10 toes down.
As I do.
I said, "Oh my God, Mike, listen." But
I'm so sorry.
And then a certain someone reacted to that. So I haven't followed this closely. Was it a man or was it a birthing person? I wasn't sure who reacted.
So
to
I don't know, but I do know that they once did confirm that they do have a bonus hole. So
we are getting clipped. This whole show. Carpenter hasn't said anything in a while. And
I've been pretty quiet. I've been listening to you guys. I didn't say nothing.
I was just about to say, this is the most quiet I've heard Matt Bender. Like,
I'm sorry.
Next we talk about Hawk to a coin. He'll be on fire.
Hawk to a coin is going to bring Matt to my level. So just you all wait, okay? You think I'm edgy?
I mean, listen, I
don't think he's gonna go fuck her family.
We're listening to Mike have his moment. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? I mean, I've been I'm not someone who quantifies how to feel about things based on how something personally happened to me. So whether or not I've been affected by for example, healthcare is probably at this point the main reason why me and my partner are not married because couldn't do it. She has she uses her health care a lot more than I do. I thankfully was have never had to. I'm a healthy person, but she has things she needs to take care of that she can, things that she has, and you know, we would not be able to afford it if that was the case, because she has you know, things that she was born with. She's like, for example, bad arthritis, things like that, and she's constantly has treatment for that. You know, so I totally understand people's and even if I didn't have that, even if it was just me, like I said, I barely use my health insurance, thankfully, knock on wood. I would still understand, because I don't need something to happen to me to get it. I know that's not usually the case for a lot of people. And another thing that people aren't really talking about is, like, you know, we can talk about how this CEO, what his role is in these sort of things. I mean, he's the CEO. The buck stops with him, regardless of like who's on the phone with you. When, like, does he know about every single case? Obviously not. But it's the you know, the rules that he is involved and necessary to, you know, to the buck stops with him, is what I'm saying. Like, any sort of procedures or rules that have to be followed that end up denying you medical insurance or coverage, those are decisions that were made up at the very top. And you know, and an additional thing that I really don't see people talking about is this guy, and this is directly him. He's currently being sued by a pension fund. I mean, I don't know if the lawsuit's going to go any. I don't know what happens with the lawsuit, being that he's dead. But there are some serious fraud and insider trading allegations against this guy.
And he cashed out right before too, right?
Yes, he apparently, allegedly, knew that the company was under investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice. And before that news went public, he sold like $15 million worth of the company's stock. So not only in terms of people's healthcare, you have people whose retirements are tied up in, you know, how this company does. Yeah. And here he is enriching himself. Like, this is not someone who's a good guy. And you don't need to, you know, I personally am not someone who wishes death on anybody. But you don't need to wish somebody's dead to have a reaction to someone dying. Like, it's happened. You could have that reaction. Your reaction to a death that's already happened is not going to change anything one way or another in terms of how that person feels or whether that person lives or dies. Person's dead. So if someone wants to, you know, feel like he had it coming, then that's their prerogative. If someone wants to rejoice over it, that's their prerogative. I don't see what the whole idea that you would clutch your pearls over people's reactions to this is ludicrous. It's
even mine, right?
Ludicrous.
Even mine too, right?
I mean, I think you went too far with the family thing.
Yeah, I said, oh my god.
The guy had two sons in high school. Listen, I don't know.
Oh, they're in high school. We're not even talking about little kids. Oh, well, fuck them.
They could be the biggest scumbags on the planet.
Michael.
Who cares? I don't.
You know what?
I
don't think I went far enough. Wait for it. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think anyone. It's the whole sins
David,
of the
you were
father
right
thing.
Upstream this on
I don't think anyone's children.
I also
no. I wish them.
I agree, but I also think.
Well, they did reap.
Mike already explained though. Like Mike explained, it's not about it's not about his family.
Kids
it's just F the guilt you're trying to make me feel. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, if that's what you meant, then I agree.
Also, the majority of pro-clutching online was being directed at people pointing out the atrocities. Like Ken Klippenstein was having himself a day pointing out all the stories that Matt Binder just said, and he was the one getting quote tweeted by Aaron Rupart being like, "This is unhinged. The man just passed away. He had a family." And things like that. And it's like, he was a bad person. When a bad person dies, you can celebrate the death. And that's not saying that you agree with like capital punishment, or that you are saying that it's okay to be a vigilante, or murder is good suddenly. All of those things you can oppose and like stick by your principles, and also crab dance, and also be like, yeah, a bad person can no longer do evil. One less person can do evil now. That's the equation, right?
I honestly feel like honestly my take has always been like death is is sort of easy way out for bad people. Like death is too good for people. Like they don't there's no pain, there's no, like, maybe for a minute or whatever, there's no suffering, there's no living with what you've done. It's an easy way out. So, I would much prefer bad people spend time in prison. Like truly bad people. And I'm someone who thinks there's way too many people in prison. I don't think nonviolent offenders or people who are not responsible for the deaths of people, like, people who, commit small bore crimes.
I don't know,
again,
but all the war criminals get away with it.
Right.
Every U.S.
War
president
criminals,
has spent a day in
big
jail.
time financial fraud. I
government.
actually do think big time financial fraud. When we're talking millions of dollars, like there's people who are in jail for robbing a store of like hundreds of dollars, and then there are people who rob the public of millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, and they actually get bailouts and go scot-free.
Yeah.
Like,
or cryptocurrency scammers like Jake and Logan Paul, and you can just do that because it's a thing. So
like I think prison should be for people like that, people who are are truly irredeemable.
Hurt society in a mass way. Like that's
yes.
And
like I'm not a complete prison abolitionist. I just think 99% of people in prison shouldn't be there.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when they Black. But it's very systemic. But with the way that this whole thing happened, it's sad. Somebody did lose a father, a brother, a cousin, Michael, and all those things. So that those, I see the sensitivity there. However, this person, we've talked about this in previous episodes where somebody's favorite person can be a devil to some other people, groups of people.
And also, everyone has a family. Every person.
Yeah.
You can't name a bad person who did not have a family or a mother or something, right? Like, that's an excuse for the bad things they did.
No, there's not. There's sensitivity to that. I don't know. These children, they lost their daddy, whatever the case may be. I hate that.
I have a dead dad too.
But
he didn't kill people.
I mean, I don't think you need to feel bad for them. Even just leave them out of it. Leave them out of them. Leave them out of it, Mike.
But Matt, I didn't
even know you had kids.
Because
I just like the whole family thing.
They probably didn't know. Like Ariana mentioned, people are uneducated. Even people who are related to the monsters sometimes are left in the dark about some of the things that their parents, brothers, cousins, or whoever are doing. Their white men in power in relation are doing. But however, I will say, like, for me, right, let's get to the investigation part of it, right? 2 seconds later, we have this person who is who's gun jammed slowly, nonchalantly unjammed it, make sure the shot went through, did another shot at the calf, and then walked on foot. And I lived in New York. Matt, you live in New York. You got the accent and everything. That is stomping grounds. So those kind of streets at that time of day are pretty busy. Okay. And so somebody seen something. We seen on camera somebody was there on the original footage. But just to know that this person left on foot and then on the bike, was in a hostel, all these kind of things. But the investigation and this person was on the loose. And then when the information came out, they were a person of light skin. Okay. When we say light skin, is that somebody of a melanated, that's light skin. They didn't say white. We seen the photos that just came out from these other camera angles, and this person was white.
Pretty sure he's white.
I said, no, absolutely. I ain't even pretty sure that's a white man. But at the end of the day, I just think of that and I'm like, dang, when I moved to another address, when I changed my phone number, the debt collectors for medical, right, will find me. They will find me. They will call me. They will send me the mail. But they couldn't find this person on foot in a busy street, New York City, at this time of day, And allegedly, the people went on that he was supposed to meet with, the other execs went on with the meeting for just a few minutes until I guess they got the information. So that's how much life really doesn't. You could be rich as hell, and all that money doesn't save you from a thing. Your kids, maybe.
I'm glad you brought this up. I was gonna go somewhere else for a second, but I'm glad you brought this up because one of the things I'm starting to see now is a lot of articles or punditry around the lesson to be learned from this. And wait for it, the lesson that they are learning is in executive security. That is the takeaway here.
It's just like Occupy. The same thing happened during Occupy. They passed legislation to protect billionaire CEOs to keep them safer. We need to use federal funds to give them more security.
Security for corporate executives is too lackadaisical. That is the lesson to be learned here.
Of course.
It is amazing to me. They go out of their way to not get it. And I do wonder, like the media. Like, listen, I've worked in the media for a long time. I know how much you make in the media. Unless you are a pundit or host on the cable news channels or an executive for legacy media, you are not making enough money to be writing these things. Like why? What did you get into this business for? Like to write articles about how we need to protect the lesson here is that we need to protect executives while you're making $50K a year.
Even less.
Yeah.
Hey, now I used to make $100 a night in radio.
But
so how
I'm
about
not
that?
saying you have to listen. I get you need to be
Big
professional.
spender,
I'm not
dude.
saying you need to celebrate what happened.
Less than 30 grand a year.
But the lesson here should be, what have these healthcare companies done to the public to make someone resort to feeling like they had to do this? Like that should be the lesson here. That should be what people are looking
Also the online
into.
response.
If you're unaware of what these companies do, like that should be the message here. We might never know who this person is. I'm actually quite shocked that they got away, period, and that they're still. It's pretty. I know people think it was a professional job. I actually don't think it was a professional job. I think the guy, if it was a professional job,
I don't either.
there would have been no video. The guy would have got snuffed out in his hotel room. And there would be
the stuff he wrote on the bullets makes it seem like it actually was about health insurance.
Right. This is someone. I don't think it was a hack job either. Obviously, I think the guy felt strongly enough about this and took his time to prepare, because this is what he felt he needed to do for himself, maybe as an act of revenge. I don't know. Hell, this could be someone who lost their life savings. It could have been more related.
Lost a family member
thing too.
Right.
To the
lost a family member. Could have been a part of the system. Could have been a sick person. I'm not making excuses for the
military vet.
I'm not making excuses for the shooter, but because that was all wrong. Whatever the case may be, I don't know if they were, somebody who was a hitman from somebody who wanted him dead, or whatever the case may be. Because them people were all kind of funny. Who are rich, they can get anybody to do whatever the hell they want to do. And there are people who are out here who don't give a damn. Because of the way that went down was somebody who didn't care to get caught, to be honest. And was just going to do what they needed to do, or what they were ordered to do.
In the street in New York, that's the part of it that just really racks my brain. I was like, are you serious? In New York, you get killed for skipping the fare on the subway by the police. Like, how did this work?
Yeah.
And the way that
the resources are. That's why.
The way that he's on the loose.
I'm kidding. All the police are in the subway shooting fucking fare skippers. That's what's happening.
Well, I think honestly, like the guy planned it out really well from what we know.
He knew where he was going to be.
The city is packed on a weekday morning, but it was the day of the Christmas tree lighting at Rockefeller Center, so it was that morning.
Yep.
So there might have been cops diverted to, and Rockefeller Center is not that far away from that. It's about 4 blocks away, but. That the cops and cars or other things could have been diverted from that area for the preparations of that. I don't know. But also, it was before sunrise, though. The video is pretty dark out.
It's pretty dark.
Yeah. He used a bike, which pretty smart, I guess. You know, he could have probably been caught if he went into the subway system.
He was on foot first and then went to his bike.
Yeah, he got on a bike. He
Mhm.
rode to Central Park, which is actually pretty smart because if there's one place in the city where you don't got cameras, it's gonna be in Central Park, and there's a lot of Central Park. You could be in Central Park for days before anyone finds you. If he could still be there, if we didn't have him on video. I think I have him on video leaving. I'm not sure, but you could spend days in Central Park without anyone finding you. And he was pretty well covered. You know, I don't know if the
Covered
guy,
like in disguise. Baby face was wide open when we got those.
no, that
There's
video,
their photo,
those
you know.
pictures. Police are not saying that's the suspect.
Yeah, I was about to say.
They're saying
They
it's
want
a
a
person of
questioning, right?
interest.
They're saying it's a person of interest. They haven't clarified if it's an assassin or not.
And that's so
Now,
interesting. And that's so interesting. But for so many reasons. But I ain't even gonna go into that. However,
Well,
I
I
feel like
I actually think they're not 100% sure it is the guy. I think because they believe the guy stayed at a hostel. So my assumption is this could be someone who he roomed with. Because he's wearing very different clothes and he has a very different
Yeah, the
bag.
clothes
Yes,
doesn't
you
even
could-
match.
Yeah, you could change your clothes, but this is a jacket that's different, like a big jacket that's different. Also, the bag is different. Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have tossed the bag somewhere and had another bag in waiting. I don't know. Of course, these things could have happened, but they're
Can you do
they're
Starbucks
not
or
saying
so?
this
That
is the
part
guy.
That part feels not clever that you would go to a Starbucks.
Yeah,
for your
and just pull down your mask. Like,
I just feel
Right.
no, I just feel like they're, they got somebody. They're not going to talk about it. We'll get somebody. We'll get all the information soon as we know. But I think because this was a high profile person, we see this so often. If the person was black, I feel like, or brown or whatever, we'll get immediate information. But I feel like in this case, they're very intricate about it. However, I just feel like we don't know the MO. And it could be any of the things that we actually said, right? These things could definitely stick. I believe that there are people, when we seen this in like John Q, all these movies where people was ready to kill over,
Right.
people, the healthcare. We know that healthcare sucks from our own experiences. And when it hits close to home for some others, people are ready to kill over that from their own experience or family members or however, like we were just talking about. But just seeing how this whole thing is unfolding, like you were saying, Matt, the people are focusing on the protection of these executives and not how they've been abusing the system for so long.
Yeah, no kidding. Like this person online right now is being lionized as a hero. There are people who are posting those 3 words that were on the bullets as some kind of rallying cry. I think you should be looking at this and being like, why the fuck is everyone's response to this like this kind of righteous anger? Like, not like, oh, okay, we need to use federal funds to protect more billionaires and CEOs. That's clearly what this means. We need that'll appease the angry masses right now. That'll appease the people who are fucking so furious at this that they're memeing a murder that took place in broad daylight. I also think that like we've all become so kind of desensitized to seeing this shit online because we've just watched, our governments fund the death of children, and we're not just talking one person. We're talking thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking murders every day that I watch online, and then this happens and everyone's like, pro clutch time, like, oh well, that's something to take seriously. Like, Jesus Christ, no.
I mean, honestly, I'm thinking about there was one TikTok that I watched today that was really put insight in my mind, and I really want to hear your guys' opinion about this. But the person was like, okay, let's say they catch this guy. They say, okay, he was the shooter. He's gonna have to go through trial. You're going to have to find a group of jury that are not going to be sympathetic to what he did, which is going to be hard. But then also within the trial, it's going to come out why he did the shooting, what his motive was, why he started to do that. And based on the bullets and what was written in the bullets, we're assuming that it was something very personal, like something personal happened. Maybe maybe someone close to them, or maybe themselves are close to dying. I don't know what the situation is, right? Eventually it'll come out. But then the person was like, do you really think this person's they're gonna say he's guilty and make him go to prison for the rest of his life? And then the person was like, obviously the whole nation is going to send them donation money for lawyers. The whole, nation's going to send, put money in their commissary. And it really put perspective, because I'm like, damn, if they even take this guy to trial, he might actually be let go because no one had sympathy for the CEO.
Yeah,
I don't know if they'll let him go.
It's on camera. I think he would go to jail.
I don't think they'll let him go.
But to your point, I do think it could potentially create like a whole narrative around like, you know, what happened to him or his family, and like a whole narrative around private insurance and healthcare that could continue. Like I could see that happening.
But you know what's funny? It's like you think about these healthcare fraudsters and people who abuse it all the time, and you know, prey on us regular folks when it comes to that, make so much money, capitalize on us. I think about, you know, when I was in Florida, Rick Scott was our governor. And I got to interview him as a baby journal back in the, you know, 2012s and stuff. You know, it's a little thing. But you know, even in interviewing him, I got to do some research on him and realizing that they done made this man governor, and this man in the 1990s was literally doing healthcare fraud, okay, falsifying people's diagnoses, billing people more for their Medicare or whatever, and it was
that's like hundreds of millions, right?
Yes.
And so much Medicare fraud in history, I think, right,
absolutely. I think the HCA, whatever, he was the CEO of Columbia or HCA, whatever that was at the time. But I do know that he went on, okay, because this is how much they don't give a damn. He went on to, after all of that, went on to become governor of Florida. So I couldn't imagine what this United Care CEO would have gone on to become, because they put out the red carpet. So whatever he was up against at the time before his death, whatever court situations he had, they probably wouldn't have been in the way for what else was to come. Somebody else was putting up, and I know this was on social media roaming around, the whole thing of everyone knew his schedule. He made it known online. So they knew where he was going to be, why he was going to be there. And he was doing this very often. This was some of his daily routine. And people were saying that how, you know, and here they go, the protection mat of the executives. Don't put your stuff up out there. If you are, you know, somebody who makes money, if you're a prominent person, don't put your information out online, which you shouldn't do anyway, because people are crazy online, right? We see rappers die all the time for that kind of stuff. But, you know, they were putting that as the point. You know, he died because he put his information online. And, you know, as somebody who is a prominent person, be more careful about that. But this prominent monster, right, didn't give a damn about nobody else, and has been attacking people who are under United Healthcare, overbilling them, all kinds of things, and has these court cases coming up. So people, there was a vendetta somewhere out there. We don't know if that is the MO of the shooter, but we do know that that's a possibility. This person was a monster. It wasn't just the protection, the idea of protecting this CEO, or if you're this big person who's a billionaire, millionaire, just be careful. No, you was out here destroying people's lives. People were dying because they couldn't get access to healthcare or couldn't pay for it because of you.
That's just confirmation that they are really bad people, where it's like, oh, the peasants are revolting and they're mad. That just means we have to get better security. That doesn't mean that we have to treat them better or not treat their lives as completely dispensable. We just got to get better security.
Yeah.
So I'll bring in the tweet that was made about me by my friend, Anna Kasparian, aka A.K. Rowling, aka
that is not no friend to this show, honey.
So I don't understand this. Like, I understand the visceral reaction to seeing my tweet, because it's obviously very, like, offensive and edgy, but based. But, like, her response is a complete non sequitur, where she's like, well, and thankfully everybody on the show agrees unequivocally with it. But I'm just kidding. No, anyway, what she says here doesn't even make sense. Like, it's such a weird thing to say. She says, I mean, this is pretty much the same reaction leftists like him have when a working class woman is stabbed to death at a bus stop by a repeat offender they want out roaming the streets. Is it though? Is that
what you argue for, Mike? Mike, I can't believe you argue for repeat offenders to go out free on the streets. Like, we're not friends anymore. This is terrible news to me.
Is she talking about a specific thing, like, or is this a fictional scenario she's coming up with?
It's a reoccurring
real
theme.
story.
It's a fictional
story. Based on a real
No,
story.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about how many TYT segments they do about, like, you know, random Venezuelan gangs taking
They do the local
over
news thing where it's like, oh, this happened. Like it's
and
like
who's ever on the other side of that when they tell you a story where it's like someone was just stabbed in the streets of New York and apparently the left is okay with this or they don't want to be called racist, and you're like, no one's on the other side of the stabber. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't know if there's a specific story in mind, but I absolutely can assure you that I would not have that reaction. That's very strange. What she said, but it's crazy because the only other time I've gotten a lot of heat on Twitter was when I was quote tweeted by J.K. Rowling. But I just got like a lot of TERFs from the UK primarily who were calling me a homophobe, which was hilarious.
Do they not know?
They knew nothing about me, but I thought it was so funny. But so this is some of the reactions from A.K. Rowling's audience. I shared this on Blue Sky. Like, this is the audience. This is the audience that she cultivated.
Wow.
Like, these are the people who are following TYT now. And like, sure, maybe
do you want me to read through some of these?
Maybe not all of them are following like TYT, but like these are. Yeah, these are the people who she kind of like funneled to me. And I don't care, like, she can't control what people say, but I mean, like, if these people are attracted to your tweets, I feel like that begs the question, how are these people finding you? Are you cultivating this kind of an audience? Because, like, if I quote tweet somebody, you're going to see a bunch of, like, lefties woke scolding them, like, at most. But, like, if a right-winger quote tweets you, that's probably, you see stuff like this.
Well, Mike,
you know?
Mike, let's hear them out. Let's see if they have a point. So let's, first person here, you should be put down like a dog for agreeing to mutilate children. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Trump is not a fascist. I wish he were, because you filth need to be in camps. I'm not sure why that came up, except for the fact that Anna has argued that Trump's not a fascist, but that's an interesting reply. Right. I don't know you, man, but you should be put down. Go cry on your husband's shoulder. LOL. Die of cancer.
Get it? Because I'm gay and have a husband. It's like, wait, but like, that it's literally true. And I'm not crying. You're the one who's offended and pearl clutching. I'm the one being edgy, and you're the one woke scolding me. So why am I crying? It doesn't even make logical sense.
To be honest, you're just a Foucault.
a fat. They're saying I
mean, that's how it's spelled. Want to take a ride in my helicopter?
No, a Foucault.
A Foucault.
Oh my god!
You're just a Foucault, Mike.
As a Foucault, let me say,
it's real cute. Foucault.
It actually does sound really elegant.
Yeah, I love it.
Foucault. Yeah. That's a good way to get around the issue with that word on some platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's funny is that I wish that this guy didn't delete it. So there's this guy that responded to that family comment that I made that everybody agrees with. That's really based, and he was like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna bookmark this tweet from you, and then when you're killed, I'm gonna share it and I'm gonna laugh." And then, but he deleted it before I could screenshot it. But it's like, sweetie, I think you know that that's not something that's gonna offend me at all, right? Like, I think that would be actually pretty funny and totally fair, to be honest. But it's just
I heard worse shit in high school, like, Jesus Christ. But it's kind of funny how all those responses, that's the same shit I would get if I got quote tweeted by like a neo-Nazi account or Groyper or Nick Fuentes or, you know, one of those people. That's the kind of responses I would get. Not you know, a so-called home of the progressives account. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, home of the progressives, they would probably just say something like Aaron Rupar says, where it's like, well, hey, now, you know, they try to tone police me. They wouldn't say, hey, you want a helicopter ride? I mean, that's a very specific brand of, you know, archetype on Twitter in particular. And it's just crazy. This is the audience that they cultivated, and they're not going to think twice about it at all. They're just going to keep on chugging ahead, full steam in this weird right-wing pivot, while simultaneously complaining when we say, hey, you're going to the right. They're going to say, no, we're not. We're still homo progressives. It's just, it's so wild. And I will say, to Cenk's credit, he's funny as shit. So the Cabernacle, I actually got to just find the video. Okay. I get the sentiment, but this video is so funny to me. Let me just find it and I'll play it for you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ariana.
Sorry. When Cenk starts like talking to himself from the POV of the person he's talking about, I feel like the first couple of times I saw it, it was cool. But now I'm just like, oh god, here we go again. Like,
it feels like he's like embarrassing me as like a dad, but he's someone else's dad. It's like the same kind of embarrassment. It's like, oh, please don't, please stop, please stop.
So I didn't see this until I watched the Tabernacles video about this. This actually made me like unironically laugh hysterically.
Wait, is this old? Because the graphics look old.
So this is from Election Day, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I had not seen this prior to watching Tabernacle's video. Shout out to Tabernacle. But just, I'm just going to play.
For that, you have to think about the voters. You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude, I know, man. And there's no crime. It's about, yeah, I know everything. Well, yeah, then why did Prop 30?
Listen, that's exactly what we sound like, okay?
That's what I'm talking. I know, man. Like, what, Mike? Jeez, God. Dude. Let all the criminals out of the jails, please. Come on.
It is real. It's real, like,
oh my God.
Boomer-esque.
Right? And then there's the Hassan. I gotta play the Hassan portion. Because this one was fucking hilarious.
Oh, that
I
was
did see
so
this
bad. That was
I did
so
see
bad.
this one. I didn't even know half the shit he was referencing, but it was just so good.
Every trans person should get free surgery. We got. Even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China,
You gotta
we
stop.
hate them. They're Nazis.
You gotta okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every
You
dirtbag
gotta-
show did it.
you gotta calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing it.
Okay, you get the point, but like,
Poor Hassan.
poor Hassan. Yeah, poor
watching
Hassan,
him
man.
have to deal with
He
his
just
uncle.
gotta.
Very fun to watch.
Also, what is he talking about? Every dirtbag show is
Every
doing what?
dirtbag show did it. Every
Different.
dirtbag show did it.
You know, he's talking about the people who
This-
call him
But he's not
out
even.
when they talk.
But
This-
what he was
right-wingy.
saying doesn't make any sense. Like, no one's called him a Nazi. Lance was saying earlier, he never called him a Nazi. Like, I don't think Jank's a Nazi. I think we all agree there. Jank's not a Nazi.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
no, not at all.
Like, it's just weird. Like, what is he going to these extremes of things that didn't happen?
No, he won't engage with what we actually said. And Tabernacle made this point. We've all made this point. If you go back to the original, like the birthing person saga, right? All of us were so fucking respectful. And so he's never actually engaged with the arguments that we've made. So what he's done is create this straw man to knock down each and every time where it's like, oh, you don't support trans people enough. You are a Nazi. When he's not actually addressing anything that we said. We always tried to come at this from good faith. All of us did. Multiple of us, even on this panel, tried to reach out in private. It's just, it's clown shit. And he refuses to engage with Sam Cedar, refuses to, we would have had him on Leftist Mafia, refuses to do that as well. He's just insulated himself in that right-wing bubble because
he's not
going to
come on any show.
No,
that
not at
would've
all.
been so
Sam
lit
invited
if
him
that
onto
came
Majority
here.
Report, which is obviously a much bigger show, and he turned it down.
That would be so fun if you would come.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have no interest in debating. I would have a conversation with him if you wanted to come on, but he doesn't want to come on because he wants us to bow down to him and say he's right about everything.
He called Sam Cedar a grifter.
How do you call Sam?
Which is one of the most
Cedar a
hilarious.
grifter?
If you've watched any of those shows, the first hour is like a dry conversation with it's like an interview, a dry discussion about policy. Like, how can you call
I
that
mean,
show
honestly, there's
grifting?
no one who comes across more like a snake oil salesman in terms of progressive media than Cenk Uygur. I'm sorry, it's just like the way he presents himself, coming live from from Poly Market Studios.
I know, that's-
give me a fucking break.
He ran
When I
for
learned
president
that,
to
I was
hawk
like,
his
holy shit.
book. I sold
Wait, what do you
I
mean
want to sell more
Poly
books. I'm
Market?
not going to run for president to do
Poly
that.
Market
That's-
sponsors the show now. So when they
What
intro
is
the
that?
show, every intro for the show
The
now, it's
company where
live
you
from the
could-
Poly
where you
Market
can,
studio.
where you can bet on political races.
It's a crypto.
Oh no, he went into
They took a
crypto
whole
gambling?
ass sponsorship from them and renamed their studio to the Poly Market Studios.
That's
Hassan in his
It's
stream
like
with Cenk
coming
said,
live from the crypto.com arena.
yeah. Hassan said during his stream with Cenk that they offered him, Poly Market offered him $1 million to sponsor his election stream, and he turned them down. Cenk was like, I wouldn't turn them down.
I mean, honestly, this all makes me so on a real talk. It makes me sad because I do think at one point TYT was one of the only progressive media outlets that was independent. And the twist, I mean, they just look miserable. I'm going to be honest with you. Anna.
You're freezing.
looks miserable idea that they're progressive, but it's just not true. You aren't progressive, and that's okay. Just admit it. Just admit that you're not progressive, and take the crypto money and just keep it moving. You know what I mean? But instead of actually taking accountability, it's like, you called me a Nazi, you're a grifter, all these people are against me, therefore I'm going to think that Elon Musk actually has the best interest for all of us. It's just, the whole thing's just insane.
They never were progressive. Listen, they acted, right? I remember going to their early on stuff. They were a little cringy. And then they went into, you know, the space that made sense. And you would think, because I had her on my show before and I liked her, Anna Kasparian, and you would think that was her actual personality and what she believed in, and even Jank. But at the end of the day, you know, wolves in sheep's clothing. I would say that they went to what was paying them at the time, and then they just went into, I believe there are a lot of people who are on the left that are actually like this too, very conservative like, and they.
Why would you fake it? There's so much more money on the right. Why would you
as
pretend?
soon as they were able,
I don't think TYT. No, I watched so much. TYT was not fake. Like if they sold out, they would just full on sell out. Then, like if that's their intention, then why don't they just do that? Because there's so much fucking money in like the Daily Wire space.
I feel like they had like Anna had those thoughts and stuff already inside of her, and they were just not politically correct on camera. So they would just go with
that. I could see
with that.
They're just
they're
just liberals. That's what they are. They're liberals. These are the same thoughts that your liberal neighbors have. They're liberals. They don't want they care about they say they care about, for example, Black Lives Matter, but if a certain family moves into the neighborhood and affects the value of their home, then they might have some different feelings about that. There are liberals like that all over the place, and they think they're very progressive usually, but they're not. It's the whole like not in my backyard type thing. It's
NIMBY.
Like that is a major thing for a lot of people who are Democrats, and they don't realize, or they don't want to realize, that they are a problem and that's who they are. I mean, from what I understand, Anna's sort of views have evolved in relation to her becoming a property owner, and B, that time she said she was assaulted, and I think that's obviously horrible. But you can't let that radicalize you in a bad way. You have to just realize that even in a perfect utopia, that there are going to be there are going to be crimes that happen, and those crimes should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, to that point, though, we have to say that explicitly, because she keeps saying that the left attacked her for sharing her story of assault. I don't know who did that, and if they did, that's disgusting. None of us condone that. Everybody thinks that's atrocious, so I don't know who said that, but that's not us. I'm sorry, David. I just wanted to get that out there.
No, I just want to say, like, it really has just been Jank and Anna, because like John Iadarola has been consistent. John is still a very consistent left-wing voice. Francesca, who's on there as a guest occasionally.
Yeah, I love John.
She's very consistent. Like it's really it's like I feel like it really kind of started with Anna, and then she kind of like infected Jank, and like that's kind of and it's really on issues of like, it's on crime, it's on trans rights, it's on a few things, but it's so glaring, and just the shift has been clear. Like it was about a year ago where they did a video where they were criticizing trans rights activists for I guess they had I guess barricaded. Well, not barricaded isn't the right term, but basically there was a person who was an anti-trans person speaking at I think it was at a college. Right. They had been unable to leave the room, whatever. So from the outside of the room, they were being, I guess, blocked in. And there's a whole video criticizing. For me, it's like this isn't a story worth covering. Like these people have no power. Like there's a reason why they are activists. To criticize how activists are doing their activism. Like this is where I go. What is the actual implication of covering a story like that? Because we all know the activists aren't listening to TYT for advice. They're not going there. So the actual impact of that is you are undermining the impact of activists to your audience. You are undermining the fight that they are having. That is the actual impact of a segment like that. Because the idea that activists are watching TYT is insane. That's not happening. They're not. That's not going on. So the actual impact is on your audience. Now your audience is more inclined to feel, less strong about how these activists are carrying out their or what the issues are. Like it seems such like an attempt to try and garner a more right-wing audience that it's unfortunately it's really hurt their credibility in this space completely.
Yeah. No, I mean, oh.
Hey, bud.
Tim Pool.
I don't think that's the real Tim Pool.
Oh,
Look, not everybody.
That was on X though.
Yeah. It's
maybe it was.
Oh my god.
What am I missing here?
That's so random.
No,
I just saw that come across. Yeah.
Where'd you see that?
It was a little bit higher up in the chat, so I just stopped it from scrolling.
It might have actually been him because it's from X. It's an X account, so maybe.
I mean, it's possible.
Where is that? I don't see what you're talking about.
Tim Pool commented.
Tim Pool commented, "Hi y'all," or something.
He also said, "Nice haircut, Matt."
Oh, you're talking about Tim? I think you're thinking of someone else. It's Tim Cost. That's someone on Twitter that I'm being serious. There's someone on Twitter.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep.
Who's a fan of the show? Who's Tim Cost?
But has his name as Tim Pool.
Yeah, you're right.
It's such a mind fuck.
I hate that Twitter does that or X does that. But with the whole Anna Kasparian and Jink thing, I think that they, like I said, I don't feel like they were ever. I feel like the moment they got the opportunity to take off whatever the fuck they had, the mask that they had on, whatever the case may be, or whatever coin that they were offered, they did that. Now I know that they didn't have any power, but at some point, like Ariana said, they were viewed as the ones to go to when it came to any issue, anything, people would go to them. And in my opinion, they were taking a lot of talking points from other independent media that wasn't as big, but they were, the ones to go to listen to. And that's what people went to, TYT. You would want to be somebody who was featured on TYT as a commentator or as an analyst or however you wanted to be associated with them. And a lot of us in some way, shape or form here have been associated with them. And so, but to see where they have gone and they have taken it, you can't tell me that was just an overnight thing because Anna Kasparian didn't want to was so bothered by people being called what was it, pregnant persons or whatever, that made her like thong get just wide. I just don't understand how much that was the start of it for her. And then you have, I remember when Olay, who went on to the show and he couldn't wait for the opportunity to challenge her. I felt like at that point they felt like they are the most powerful in this digital space when it comes to politics, and nobody can check them. So inviting people on just to have confrontation, just to have debates where they can, and inviting them on under the guise of, hey, come on here and share your point and yada, yada. But then as soon as these people get on, there's a debate or there is this gotcha moment for them to have their shine. And when I saw that Jink stooped that low to invite Olay on there after Olay's commentary about how he described it was some incident about cops or whatever, and Olay had her expertise as a lawyer. And she made her commentary on that and then invited her on and then was trying to have a gotcha moment there. That's when I said, oh, they've been on this. They feel like they're just so powerful. And if anybody speaks to them in the digital space, and then they mentioned this on their show, actually. I remember watching a segment or a piece of it. Now I don't watch their show. I don't go there, but it was floating around on X. And they were like, all of these little shows, you calling everybody else show little. Okay. And, referring to them as these people are like mad or jealous or just insinuating that. I'm like, how old are these people? Okay.
Right.
You
It's
like
so
90,
bizarre.
baby. I don't know what your problem is, but you're upset because there's a new generation of people who are tackling these issues in such a way that is different from stealing other people's talking points. These people actually have expertise in these spaces, actually are outside, not activists only, behind the screens. And here there was a major problem because these people were challenging these talk show hosts, and the Cenk and Anna couldn't stand it. So it's like, let me invite these people on. And then we saw this people were leaving them in droves after these few incidents. They were like, you know what? Can't be tied to this no more. These people are actually out of their minds. They're not on the right side of things. And then they didn't give a damn about that. They doubled down on it because what pays? To be a grifter, to be on the right, to be somebody who was once this progressive thinking person for so many years, and to finally see the light, which is very similar to MAGA, and then we'll give you a good coin for it. And they stood right there and continued on from there. And that's why I say I don't want anything to do with those people, because for a minute, especially from the last few years, let's talk about the start of COVID. Let's talk about the police brutality, Black Lives Matter. They went from one talking point and they stood 10 toes down in something that was very hurtful with all of their audience. Some people chose to stick right beside them because of their love for them. So they didn't want to see how these people were being detrimental, in the digital space. So they stuck right beside them. And then a lot of people that are working for them decided to, you know what, I'm gonna take this L. I ain't gonna get paid. This was my bread and butter for a while, but I'm gonna remove myself from TYT. A lot of people took that chance. So if we saw that exodus from a lot of people who've been working with them for years, then there has to be a problem there. Has to be.
It's genuinely sad because like I see so many comments from people that are like, man, I'm progressive because of TYT. In a lot of ways, they radicalized me because they were massive in this space. And so to see people like react in real time to this like crash out that's just massive, people are genuinely saddened by it because like they trusted them. And now it's like I think that maybe after the birthing person, there was a few months where they had plausible deniability where it's like, okay, maybe this is just a one-off. There's been some bad signs and red flags here and there, but maybe it's not a sinking ship. But now I don't think that there's any question about it. And it's doing well for them. Like I don't know what their internals look like, but I mean, there's intrigue around, is Anna, has she left the left? In Jillian Michael's interview, like in
Grifting pays.
Left the left. Right, exactly. Pierce Morgan, when he brought on Anna Kasparian, one of the first things he asked was, well, has Anna Kasparian left the left? Like people are talking about this, like it generates clicks, and that's what you want. Cenk just went on Tim Pool. The Vanguard, Silly and Billy, shout out to them. That's what Cenk calls them. They covered that today. It's just, it seems like they're just leaning into it. And to your point, Rebecca, I do think that there is something there about them always kind of being at least somewhat disingenuous with regard to Cenk, because on Hassan's stream, he said that he's always had these views that are conservative on, and this is me paraphrasing it. It's my characterization of what he said, but he said like he's always been against affirmative action. He's always been fairly moderate on abortion. He said he had the same views about crime and homelessness. So he's just choosing to play it up now. So maybe, according to him, he's always had these views, but I guess that he downplayed them so that way he could present himself as this like champion of the progressive left. And now what I think is happening is that he sees that he's losing that dominance to a bunch of other shows. He sees like Sam and Emma usurping him and Anna, and they are, because they're just better, and they're more knowledgeable. So I think that he doesn't like that. Like for all of us, I feel like we don't view this as a competition. Like I've got to be the biggest leftist. I've got to beat this person and that person. For them, I feel like for Cenk, it's really about no. I am the one who created this space. You all bow down to me. You pay fealty to me. Yes. You don't get to speak out of turn and tell me what is and isn't left. I set the fucking standards that you all have to abide by. Exactly. It's the ego. Whereas like for me, it's like, well, hey, if somebody gets another 10,000 subscribers, that's a win for all of us because they're saying the same message that I'm saying. Like I don't view it as a competition.
Which
They
is
very
what
clearly
Hassan
do.
was saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Hassan was saying. He was like, we're all trying to fight the same fight. But I'm honestly at that point where I don't feel like they're fighting the same fight. I mean,
Right.
taking crypto money,
Mhm.
that's insane. Crypto gambling money, you're not a progressive if you're taking crypto gambling money. That's crazy. I mean, I understand we all have to pay our bills. Listen, I get it. We have to take our partnerships. It's still a business at the end of the day, but the standards are just not there. Like they're not reflective of the so-called morals that you have, It just doesn't make sense.
Well, and I will say, like, to disagree a little bit, Ariana,
Yeah, go ahead.
not all crypto is bad because today's show is actually sponsored by the Hawk2a coin. If you go to www.hawk2acoin.com, you can put $10 in and build your financial wealth today. This is not financial advice. No, I'm just kidding.
I wish we was making a coin from one of these losers, but I think that when we look at those people, I think that, like I said, they are the ones that a lot of people are still going. Okay, so I worked with, and I can say his name because I really don't care about. Sean King, right? And he is somebody for the Black community, especially for Black Lives Matter, who is this big name. And I was so excited to work with him. But I realized in these spaces, your favorites are not the best people, right? And then when you work alongside them, I mean, I'm talking about alongside them when they never show up, in New York, and I'm over here really doing the work with Benjamin Dixon. But you work alongside them allegedly, and then like they're not doing the actual work, and then you're seeing like you're actually supposed to be working alongside BLM people, and you're seeing that isn't really a thing. Like you're watching the things that you were so excited and you were like, okay, I'm a part of something that actually means and is something and is working for the betterment of other people, for marginalized communities, is working to push messages out for the voiceless. Like I am a part of something that I've been watching for years. And then you get there and these people really are about their coin, not about the people. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of us are doing this work because this is something that we love. And of course, we need to make sure that we eat and have a, home and have lights and all these things too. This is our work. But there are a lot of people who are getting paid lots of money and not actually doing the work. Okay. And it sucked for me to have that as a reality for me. And I just was like, and these people are powerful. So if you even try to stand up to them, they will check you. And I was somebody who was unfortunately blacklisted from even speaking up about these things. And there's so much evidence against these people and the work that they're doing there is harming these initiatives and harming the causes. But people will be stuck on stupid. They will choose to be like, but no, that's Sean King, but no, that's TYT. And that's what I feel like really sucks about this. And Chink knows that no matter what he says, he's gonna have his good old people still following him. Yeah. And so does Anna. Because
I think they both lost a lot of those people though, like for sure.
They lost a lot of people, but then they gained a lot of those people on the like those right people who were like, you know what, they love to see somebody coming from the left or like, a liberal or somebody who claimed to be progressive, or somebody who was once against a lot of MAGA talking points, but who is now saying them out loud and standing, like I said, 10 toes down in it every episode, not changing their stance on it. And it's like, oh, really? Then these people, they love to see that. They're like, well, if this person who's a liberal is saying it, then it must be the other people that are the problem. And that's what I'm saying, that's my problem. But they're getting, they're getting a buck for this. Their sponsorship is undercover, lots of right-wing stuff. That
everybody's
they're not
talking
going
to them.
let it
they're
down.
going on all these right-wing shows.
Yep.
And to your point, Rebecca, there's been multiple Fox News articles written about them where it's like, liberals melt down in response to Anna Kasparian's birthing person tweet. They have me and Lance, and I think David also in those articles, right? Where they're calling us
Really?
the unhinged liberals and shit. I think Ole might be in one of them too. So
I'm
it's
pretty
like
sure.
Yeah, I think I was
they're
in one.
using these as examples to demonstrate how unhinged the left is because a liberal like Anna Kasparian is saying it. And this is one of the points that we all tried to make. And I think that even Matt Leck brought it up on Majority Report that, you know, Fox News is writing articles about this. Like they are giving them exactly what they want, but there's absolutely no introspection whatsoever. It's all just grievance politics. It's no, these people, they're bad, so I have to destroy them like I destroyed Jimmy Dore. Like that was Jenk's take on Hassan. It's like, no, brother, you're doing the Jimmy Dore right now. You're doing the Dave Rubin. They came from your network.
He essentially compared Sam Cedar to like Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, crazy.
Are you out of your mind? And to your point, Rebecca, I remember. Oh, she's gone. Are you still there?
No, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
changing my back.
I remember when Ben was launching that site. Was it the North Star? Is that what it was? With
yes, that was a North Star. That was the one that I was a part of. Yep.
Yeah. Like, so that's when I had Ben on my radio show. But like this is like 2018, and I had contributed to that because I was excited to see like what Ben would do with this. And then turns out the thing with Sean King didn't work out. I would love to see. I would love to have like not an expose, but I want to know like behind the scenes at some point what happened there. Like,
it's already. Here's the funny thing about it. Now they talked to me. They talked to other people who were also working there. A lot of people were afraid. So there are exposés. There's things that have come out, but they didn't go anywhere. And I'm talking about on some, pretty okay publications, and they didn't go anywhere. And I worked alongside some former BLM people who wrote to put out this expose. I'm talking about work day and night. And Sean, y'all don't understand that man is very powerful and can go in and
I've got a story about him.
Yeah, and you know what's so crazy? When I first worked for him, and I tell this story all the damn time. I remember he never came down to the offices that it was offices that I worked for before, and then we ended up purchasing. Ben ended up going ahead and purchased so that we can do the North Star here. We were doing actual work here. They were supposed to have a North Star, and y'all getting exclusive right here. They were supposed to have North Star in New York with Patrice Colors, I believe, and some other people, and it wasn't nothing happening. Okay. We were doing the most work. We were getting together. We were getting together every day of the week to try to make sure we do this launch correctly. We were raising funds. So I thought, and I ain't see a dollar. I didn't see a dollar, only from what we were supposed to, our salary, but didn't see anything like from what we were raising to make sure that we kept this thing afloat and, everything was good. But even the people that he was working alongside were supposed to be his friends and, close friends and stuff like that he turned on as well. And it was such a hostile environment. I remember going in, he would send out emails to us. And if y'all know, a Sean King email, y'all know, even if you press unsubscribe, it finds you anyway. And it's like, hey guys, I know if you need to click on this right now and donate. And he makes so much money from doing that. If you do a simple Google search, there are a lot of, and I don't know why he honed in on women, Black women, and partners with them and then leaves them for dead. I'm talking about will start businesses with them, leaves them for dead. It is so much for years. He just changes shape. But there was this one girl, and Clarice, remember this young girl's name. She was in college at the time. And, we were working, we just got to the North Star. And I remember her actually asking the question on Twitter and saying, doing an investigative report. And I think she was working, doing an internship with Teen Vogue, I want to say. And she did an investigative report. I remember when I was a little baby journal, we would do as much as we can. We would do absolute A+ work, investigative reporting, all those things. And this girl was doing that. And she asked the question, basically like, and this isn't verbatim, but this is from what I can remember, like, Sean King, where is the X amount of money that was raised, or something like that? He was like, everybody has been asking that question, but when this baby girl asked that, she's not a baby girl anymore, but this was at that time when she asked that, he made sure he went to the university, and she went to one of the AUCs, which is one of the Atlanta colleges here. He went, or he didn't go. The man sent an email to one of his people. This is what I'm talking about, power. Sent an email to one of the deans of the School of Journalism, I think, and said to make her remove that tweet because it got so much traction. Make her remove the tweet, or you will no longer allow her to be in the school. That dean did that. And then the girl went on to Twitter to say this and she said she's scared for her career. She's scared for what's going to happen for her schooling. She's scared, like she doesn't know. And a lot of people went and was saying, how can Shaun King do this on Twitter? And he went and was like, I never did that. I didn't do that. She still has her schooling, because then he went and backtracked, right? Retracted, went and contacted the dean. The dean was like, they made a mistake or whatever the case may be, but the girl was still in school. But all of this happened because he has that much power, because he was so upset, which is similar, right, to what Elon Musk does. You feel crazy about you not having any power and people questioning you and what you do. And then you turn around and say, I'm going to purchase this and I'm going to limit everybody else. I'm going to limit their comments. I'm going to limit, you abuse your power. And I feel like that's what Shaun King does. If you speak against him, he will find a way to attack you. And
Allegedly.
When we all try to speak out about it, people were saying that we were crazy. People were saying that this is a lie. Shaun King is this and that. He has a very large following, which people don't know. His largest following at the time, I would say, the demographic was white women, white soccer moms who had white guilt. So if they followed Shaun King, who was questionable, if they followed Shaun King, when I say questionable, questionably black, when they followed him, they felt like I follow Shaun King. He said, and since I follow him, I don't feel like, I have black friends, that's that kind of thing. And he had he could win those people over. And so that's how he was winning. But if you guys see a lot of the things that he kept saying that he was coming out with, nothing came to fruition. Nothing came to turn. Nothing. But he made, from North Star, baby, we raised millions in such a short amount of time. I ain't see nothing.
It's crazy.
That's
I ain't see
insane.
nothing. And then he went online when I spoke up and tried to speak against me. And mind you, me against Shaun King, no matter how much work I've done, no matter how much respect I've had, it's nothing. You are nothing. Right. And he posted up, he never came down to the offices that we purchased, that we cleaned up, that we made a thing, that we were actually working at before we purchased it. But he never came down. And once they fired us, he came down and did a photo op and said, don't believe anybody else online. Never came back to that space again. If you drive by that space, which I've drove by that space to release myself, but drove by that space, looked at it, it is shut down. Ain't nothing there. We left the cameras in there. We left everything that we had in there. Left it. Nothing. He didn't purchase nothing in that. We did. We already had it in there. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, Shaun King and the pro-Palestine movement, like that was a whole thing.
I remember.
It was bad.
I remember.
He reached out to a couple of my mutuals and he was trying to like wrap them in and make them kind of like the face of fundraising. And like, we all knew what was up. So we like, not we as in me, but the other alleged, don't try to sue me. Okay.
Right.
So they were all like,
this is all alleged.
Allegedly. Okay. But yeah, so he fundraised hundreds and thousands of dollars for Palestine. Like, we don't know how he sent it or where he sent it to, because right now it's very hard to send money to Palestine. Like, there's really no way to send money into Gaza unless you have a family member in Egypt that you can send to that can somehow get it to them. But it was so, for a while, I'm going to make this quick. So for a while, I was able to, do you guys know who Lama Jamous was? She was the little Afro-Palestinian girl that was a journalist. She was like 8 years old. She would hold the mic and like go up to people and interview them in Gaza. So her father reached out to my content creator mutual me and her teamed up. We pulled in a bunch of other people and we started working on her evac. It was her and her whole entire family. She had multiple siblings, her mom, her dad, her grandma. And we fundraised money for her GoFundMe. We fundraised around $100,000. And then we found out that Sean King reached out to her father, basically saying like, hey, I can help. Let me help. And we all sprung. And I was like, no. I was like, there's no way. So we pushed him out. We were like, there's absolutely no way we're going to have this man. Because I was like, one day there's going to be a Netflix documentary on him.
Yes.
And I don't want to be a part of it.
Yes.
So, so we effectively were like, please do not trust him. He's not good. He's going to offer you all this money. He's going to steal it. So we had to have multiple people talk to her father and be like, no, do not work with this man. And so he trusted us. He ended up listening to us, and we were able to evac her and her family, and get the rest of the money to them. But it was.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Oh my God, yeah.
Right, that's like huge.
It was crazy. We got to meet them in Egypt, but it's so sad. They've gone through so much trauma. Anyway, that's a story for another time. But yeah, and then a couple of days. So he starts joining the whole pro-Palestine movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very legitimate movement, but Sean King, not legitimate. So he actually converted to Islam.
Yes, he did.
Like 10 days after he joined
He converted like 10 days after he had tried to say that he broke the news of some kind of, I can't remember what it was, if y'all remember, but it was like he got online and said, I have news about what's happening right now on the ground in Palestine. And they was like, that never was given to you, sir. Somebody came up and that said that underneath that was never given to you. And then like allegedly, Sean King steals. People will send him news like, hey, this is what's happening here. He will say, breaking news, I just spoke with. Don't even talk to the person that sent them the news and nothing like that. Don't give him no credit. I just spoke with the family of. No, meanwhile, it was the person that sent him the news that actually spoke with the family of or was connected to, and will post this. And because these people in Palestine can't see it, he's getting the credit. But I remember he posted something and said he broke news. I believe it was out of Palestine. I want to say that was the case, allegedly. And people were like, you didn't break that. That didn't come from you. And they were coming after him. And it was this whole thing. And the man, it was literally so much. 10 days later, oh boy, converted. And he is a big person that has started so many churches and from the Christian faith, wanted to be this Black preacher, and has started so many churches that never again came to term. They never did. He raised money for these churches and would pick up and then leave the city to go somewhere else, do the same exact thing there. This is stuff that I'm not making up. Allegedly, this is stuff you can literally Google. This is stuff you can find people on Twitter threading together of their own experiences with pictures, photos, documents, everything of working alongside Sean King, allegedly.
You think there'd be like easier ways to make money that don't sit on your conscience? Like, I don't know. Go work on Wall Street. Like, if that's all you care about is making some money, if you find a different job, it's just a weird space to be in to do that.
Yeah, it's the clout. It's really the clout that gets to their head. I think Sean King getting banned from Facebook was the best thing that happened to humanity. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I didn't even know he got banned.
Oh yeah, he got banned. So he was. So a couple of Palestinian content creators called him out because he was showing very grotesque videos that were almost disrespectful to Palestinian people in Gaza. And for him it's all about the shock effect. So they did reach out to them. They were like, hey, we feel like you're grifting. Hey, the images you're showing are really grotesque. He publicly started attacking them, so that turned into a whole thing. Wow. But then Facebook started giving him multiple warnings because they said that the images that he was showing were just really bad. And his argument was, well, everyone needs to see what's happening, which is true. But, you could blur a naked child's body or something. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be that grotesque in your face. And so eventually they banned him off of Facebook and Instagram. And I think it was the best thing that ever happened because now his profile isn't everywhere, you know?
It's so funny. That's where I actually was. He was like, you know, posting me and Ben stuff when we worked at this place before for politics, and he would, you know, repost our stuff on Facebook. That's when Facebook was the place, and you know, do all the things, and you know, that's where we were like, okay, yeah, we'll have our weekly. So we joined with him to have our weekly post on his page, and we had access actually to it, all those things. And we thought this is such a great collaboration. Again, same way with TYT, where this is such a great collaboration. This is good, but once you know these people, this is when it gets like, wow. So you're just you are the monster. You are actually somebody who is capitalizing on this stuff. The same way I feel like, in my opinion, BLM has gone down from what it was supposed to be, because people started to capitalize the clout, the money. When you start getting it, that becomes your go-to, your emote. And I understand, like, here, this is our work and we got to get paid, like all of that. This is what people really stand on. Like, I'm getting a coin, so this is why I'm getting the money. This is why people are coming over to this page. This is why people are doing the clicks, all of that. So I got to continue to do this. And that's where your mind can still go. So you're in, like, he acted like a politician for sure. He never, not once, when it came to the North Star that was actually functional here in Atlanta. And this is, I don't care. This is not alleged. This is actual, because I was there. He never once showed up. I never met that man in the physical. He would email us often. We would get on phone calls in the morning, what we called our morning meetings, especially if you work in the newsroom, you know how that goes. But he would call in. I remember one time we were doing our read-throughs, and the man had sent an email and told us to be our blackest selves. I ain't like that. I didn't like that. There's some article that's quoting me on that. It's out there because people reached out to me about this story and it didn't go nowhere. And again, credible publications, okay? And it didn't go nowhere because that's how much power these people have.
Wow. It's sad because it's like, especially in this space, like, you would think that people want, like, they just care about the actual causes. But it's just kind of a means to an end for a lot of people in terms of, like, income and stuff. Like, I mean, this is a job for all of us, sure. But, like, I would sacrifice my channel if I can get, like, Medicare for all, or, like, accomplish something out of it. Like, at the end of the day, the goals are what I care about. But, like, even though it is sad, there's a lot of grifters. Let me just say that there are still good people in this space, like, at least for us and other people associated with us. Like, the David Dole you see online is the David Dole you see behind the scenes. Same with Ariana, Rebecca, Lance, Matt Bender.
And Mike knows because we met in person.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
you don't
true.
know that.
Yeah, Matt
Mike knows everything. The rest of you are phonies.
Right.
No, but you're right.
No
Mike.
idea.
You're
guys
right.
don't know me.
Matt, I didn't even know you weren't married until today. I thought you were married. But you know,
people don't know. I don't know any of you guys. No,
no, you don't, because we realized that in our chat. Nobody knows each other. I really thought you guys knew each other, and you don't. But anyways, that's a personal conversation. But it's you think these people aren't in control, like the way that Sean King stopped me. People that when I went into, like, meetings and said, you know, hey, I'm Rebecca Azor, I'm a journalist, you know, to go and get another job right after the whole thing. When I left them, people were like, ooh, we love you, mean it, but we can't touch that. It's Sean King. We can't touch that. It's Sean King. So, baby, the way I was blacklisted and I had to go, and that's why I went to go get a corporate job. I was stressed out and I needed to go find me something, not because I wasn't making any money. And so, you know, I don't make any money now, especially, like, they just like I was saying, they just demonetized my page again, y'all, because I do these lives. They don't think I'm in these lives. They're saying that I'm, like, repurposing y'all stuff. So I don't make no money doing these things except for, like, the small donations that I get, which I'm very appreciative. Love y'all, mean it. But literally do this because this is a passion of mine. I wouldn't show up here at this time of night. Okay, we at 10:37. A girl's sleepy. But, you know, this is a passion of mine, and I want to have these conversations, and I want to be a part of, like, this is, you know, we make this group diverse. We have somebody who's we have people who are a part of the LGBTQIA people community. We got people who in Canada, all right? We got people who are married and unmarried. We got Generation Z and Millennial. We got a black girl on here. It's a whole diverse conversation.
We got straight, bi, and gay. We got it all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We got a
and I think that This is right? It's a and I think that this is like not normalized, but this is perfect because we are actually in the space and we're fighting the fight on the same side of things, and we're teaching each other stuff because there's things that I really don't know sometimes that are deep in the lefts or whatever that's going on. And there are things I can bring here. We all have these conversations, I think, that are great. But it don't pay when you on the right side of things, I feel like. But you got to do it with a passion and a purpose. When that check waves in your face, yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to grift, but there are people who will be on the side of it who don't care and who understand that this is going to affect their children, their parents, all this kind of stuff. So we got to continue to fight so that somebody's tomorrow, if not ours, will be a little bit brighter. That was so deep. I didn't mean to go
That
there.
was beautiful, though. That was a really great way to close.
That was a great way to close it out.
That was amazing, Rebecca. And we got to figure out something with the demonetization bullshit. Like they
keep getting me.
We got to raise the alarm on Twitter because the YouTube creator account.
Let me start using my Twitter account.
Blow it up. Make a tweet, Rebecca.
They told me about you, Mike. They said, well, Mike did it one time when they demonetized him. He went to Twitter. I was like, that sounds like a Mike thing. So yeah.
Well,
for sure.
no. So I was not doing anything. I was just suffering in silence. They demonetized my whole channels. When I left TYT, actually, I had to turn on monetization again. And then Cavernacle was like, you have to tweet at them. The same thing happened to me. And I tweeted at them and I got everybody to tweet about them. So I did that. I made a video about it. It blew up. And then people got on it. I got in contact with an actual YouTube rep. And then within a couple of days, it was solved. So you need to make a tweet. Let us blast the shit out of that. Get Ole on it. Get Lance on it. Me, Matt. And then get them to not be able to ignore you. Because if you don't make a stink, then they're just going to think you're not important.
And
this is not okay.
And I feel like because, I just started really utilizing the channel, it's just growing. And, I don't have as much followers as you guys, subscribers as you guys do. And so they'll look and I'm like, nigga, I'm in the damn, y'all see the black girl she's in it.
So
she's in so they're even in my own show, like it or not. So they're telling me that I'm taking people's stuff, like it or not, is my show. This is my show, and they're saying that I'm not the person in it. And this time, this was an AI message.
Yeah,
so
that's what's happening because a human won't make that same determination because you're obviously these are your shows. It makes no sense. So send us that fucking tweet, Rebecca. We're gonna blast that into outer space. I swear to God,
Absolutely.
It's so fucking ridiculous.
I'm on it. But yeah.
All right, I'm out. It's late. I'm on my second channel. I got no super chats. There are a lot of super chats, so I think Mike and Bender are reeling it in tonight.
It's them. But I did get some Cash App, so I'll read those. But you can go, David. I know you got that baby. You got that family. All right, love you. Mean it.
Bye bye.
How long have we been doing? Oh well, David's got it. I was about to say he's got that baby. That baby was a baby 2 years ago when we started.
Leave that. Listen. It's still a baby.
Baby is always a baby.
Them babies be babies for a minute.
That baby's in college now.
But, thank you to Denise Prince. No, thank you to Nick, Denise Prince, Anthony Leone, Cotty, and I'm not gonna say y'all last name because I'll be forgetting. I'm saying y'all government on here. Dwanyette, I hope I'm saying that name. Dwanyette, I think that's a pretty name. Aaron and Zero, I love you guys so much. Mean it. Behind David, if I'm not first, I'm second. So I'm out. I love you guys. Mean it, and I will see you guys.
Bye, Rebecca.
Bye, Ariana. Bye,
Rebecca,
Mike.
real quick,
Bye.
you got a message through me from Fritza really quick. I can't find it on
From
here
where?
In the back end. So it's through me from Fritza. I'm trying to see if I could pull it up. Where is it? I cannot find it on StreamYard.
Wait, can we put Rebecca's Cash App on the screen?
Yeah, we're gonna do that really
someone
quick.
wants
I'm gonna pull up the banner. So Fritza sends $100 super chat to me for you, sending you love, Rebecca. I'm gonna send you $70. That's the 30% that YouTube takes. I'm gonna Cash App that to you. Okay.
I thought you were gonna take the.
I love that though.
I love that. I'm taking 30.
I mean, he's got a point.
No,
Yeah, they
take
take 30%. Just FYI. Yeah,
they take 30%.
So
But Mike,
I'm gonna cash out that to you.
I appreciate it. My cash app is Becca's Voice. Becca's Voice. BECCASVOICE.
I'm doing it right now, so I don't forget.
Thank you.
I really did think Mike though was.
No, but I love that. Mike is Mike. Yo, you are so hilarious. I hope that you know. When I logged on Twitter and I said, not Mike being on everybody's retweet telling people fuck their family. I said, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe, but I'm like, yeah, that's Mike. But I love you guys so much. Ariana, you enjoy the rest of the night. Mike, you enjoy the rest of the night.
Have a great
Matt
night.
will be here till 5 a.m. Okay, so I already
I
know
will.
what's up. I'll see you guys later. See you next week. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take
See you,
care.
Rebecca.
Okay.
It was a great show today because I was able to let someone else talk for once.
Yeah. You were like, my name Bennett, I ain't in it. I'm not getting caught up in your guys' lawsuits.
No, I mean, listen, I think a lot of people are clutching pearls over this when I forgot who was saying it earlier that like they were the same people cheering when like some guy murdered a bunch of climate activists for sitting in the road.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Okay, so do you want to go first, Ariana?
Yeah.
So I think I can spot your super chats. Matt's are a little bit more difficult. But I think the first one for you, is it Bay Photo?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so go ahead and just read yours, and then I'll try to keep up with you and find them.
Okay, cool. No worries. And then I'm probably going to hop off after this too because I love y'all, but y'all get a lot of love. And I'm going to be here until like 10 p.m.
you don't have to give a whole explanation. You just saw half the show leave without any explanation.
Okay. Anyways, wait, I'm in the Bay Area too. Was I supposed to leave LMAO? I got the alert, but was like, I'm in Oakland. Yes, we were all supposed to leave, but we all have that Bay Area attitude where nothing happens to us and we just assume it's all going to be good, which did happen in this case. Is this person's name Kowalski?
Yeah.
That is Kowalski. Yep.
Okay, Kowalski. Worried about tsunamis? I'd recommend moving to the only triple landlocked state province in North America, Nebraska. No, I think I'm good. Cost of living is cheap. Lots of corn, cows too. Please, we need more people. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. You know what? I'll visit you, Kowalski. I don't know about living there though. That's a bit of a hike. Please enjoy some money. Thank you so much for the 1,000 yen, I think. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of currency that is, but thank you. Andrew, $20 for a super chat. It would be ironic if this UHC incident becomes a trend and we see the NRA fight against the CEOs for gun reform. That would be pretty crazy, but I would love to watch it. It would make for great content. Looney Tunes, $9,002. Thank you for making me your mod. Here's your pay. Thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. That's a whole pack of gum. 500 yen. Tokyo Hans, executive security, build a luxury space station in Earth orbit, call it Elysium or something. I feel like Elon Musk is already on that. I'd just rather stay on Earth and probably just accept my own demise at that point. Kendrick's money comes to mind, but people hate one in front of the gun this time. Thank you so much for the $5, but I agree. I totally agree. Danny Man, $2. Let's be honest, Chank definitely watches Leftist Mafia.
Anna does at a minimum, for sure.
Yeah, it is what it is. She's definitely gonna watch this episode. I can tell you that much because she's the headliner and Mike's thumbnail.
I bring so much shit to the panel. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Who cares now though? Like who cares?
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
it's the same shit. Like whenever like there's like one of those like those Jimmy Dore types who are like you know who I'm talking about, the type, Mike, the types that say that we're not really lefties or whatever, or we're just who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if you think I'm a leftist or not. Who cares? Who cares? Like, get a life. I don't care if you think I'm a left. I don't care. Who cares? Who cares anymore?
Yeah.
What do you get out of that? A prize? You get a prize for being the leftist, for being the for being a Jackson Hinkle MAGA communist? Like, I don't understand. Like, who?
If you get 1,000 people to sign a
fucking
petition declaring you the
cares?
leftist, then you get a certificate mailed to you within 30 days.
Yeah, like, who gives a shit? Like the whole idea of like the home of real progressives. Who cares? Like, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to actually change the name of this show. Like, I don't care. Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Who's lefter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on that note, Hawk Tua coin equals damn bad coin. I guess you're right. Celeste, after Trump's win, I expected libs to cape, but not leftists. Is so depressing. Have you seen that FD signifiers video on why Trump won? He kind of spills. Which
I
do you guys
haven't
know
seen
what
that
video
yet.
this is?
I saw it in my subscriptions, I think from like a week or so ago. I did not get the chance to watch it, but FD signifier never misses. So I'm glad that Celeste reminded me, because he knows his shit. I'm curious.
Parker, random but the Wicked movie slaps. Go see it, y'all. As a person who grew up in the area where the word slaps was created, the word slaps is only used when you eat food. I'm just letting y'all know. Y'all kind of took it and started using it for everything. I will give you a pass, but
okay,
it's for food. But it's okay. It's okay. You guys don't claim the Bay Area, so it's fine.
I want to see the Wicked movie. I'm a fan of the Broadway show. I saw it. I had the honor of seeing the Broadway show back when Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth were in it. And I want to see the movie. I think the interview tour that the two leads, Ariana Grande and what's her name? Cynthia, right? Cynthia. Oh,
I don't remember.
Erivo, that's her name, right? Cynthia Erivo. I think the interview tour that they went on didn't really help. It actually made me not want to see the movie. But then I actually I came across, someone posted a clip of Defying Gravity from the movie, or at least a part of it, and I was like, damn, I think she might be better than Idina Menzel, and I was shocked to think that. Yeah, it was good, so I want to see it.
Cool. Yes, we want to see it really bad. Tell Mike to share those 2K viewers. Yeah, Mike. Jeez,
you all can jump around, okay?
Yeah, start jumping, guys.
You all should, by the way, since we have a lot of viewers, you need to go right now and subscribe to everybody else. Okay.
Please. Why do you have so many viewers tonight, Mike?
It's his thumbnail.
It's probably my thumbnail, and
is it really?
I'm shit-talking.
Then fuck. Why are we all doing this for everything? Like, I'm throwing her picture up on every thumbnail of any video I do. If that brings like 3,000 live stream viewers.
I try my best to make a thumbnail based on what we're probably going to talk about every single week, and that always does help with the views.
Man.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize you had that many people on watching. That's crazy.
We've got a total of 4,800 people watching.
Well, you can't count the Twitter bullshit live viewers, and that's half of it.
Okay, guys. For those of you that are here, I just want to give a shout out to my channel. If you guys want to subscribe to me, thank you.
Yes, go subscribe to Ariana and Rebecca and Matt and David. You should be subscribed to all of us for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
Yeah, subscribe to my main channel, but I once again forgot to tell people to fucking subscribe to the second channel that I want to get monetized so I can start streaming Fortnite on there. This is like the 10th week in a row where I've forgotten to do that. So wait, I'm going to post it one more time in the all your chats. Subscribe to Matt's second channel.
Wait, tell me to subscribe to my...
Ariana, you can post. So if you post a comment through StreamYard, it'll go through all of our feeds.
So I didn't know that.
Yeah, you could post your link to your channel, and it'll just go everywhere, like Twitch, wherever the hell we're streaming. So do that for sure.
Oh, okay. In the comments.
Yeah, in the StreamYard comment. Yeah.
All right, guys. I just sent you my YouTube. I am literally like less than 2,000 followers. Subscribers are way to 10,000. We're so close to 10,000.
Oh, you are close.
Yeah, I'm close.
Go subscribe. She's putting out some bangers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We try. Thank you for being a great addition to the Mafia. Thank you, everyone, for having me. It's been great. I love being here. Tracy, promise me that you will pack a go bag and leave next time there's warnings. I promise you I will do that. This was a huge wake-up call. I am a procrastinator. I'm one of those people where I'm like, damn, I only have 5 more gallons. Let me see, 5 more miles, not gallons. I have 5 more miles. Let me see if I can get to the gym or not. So yes, I will have to change my ways in life.
No, I want you to promise us that you'll stick around and create some content.
Just floating away with the debris. Hey guys, this is so crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what did I put in the message thing earlier? You were like, "Oh guys, I might have to miss the show tonight because of the tsunami warning." And everyone was like, "Oh, I hope you're okay. Please protect yourself." And then a couple of minutes later, maybe an hour or so later, you posted, "They canceled the warning. I'll be joining." So I replied. My first reply, by the way, I didn't wish you well before when your life was potentially on the line. I replied, "Sorry guys, can't join tonight. I'm currently being carried away by the sea."
So messed up.
My personal hater, Matt. What would I do without
No,
Matt?
that wasn't hater. That was
No,
just
I'm joking.
that'd be really funny if that was the case. Well, not that you were floating away, but if that was the message you dropped, that's what I mean.
I got 2 more real quick I want to read. The Bay Area lacks attitude to disaster is going to be the end of us one day. I totally agree. We're just so used to no disasters at all that one day it's definitely going to take half of us out. I agree.
I feel like we freaked out more than Ariana when she sent us that message.
For sure.
Like, I was legitimately like, oh my god, I gotta try to look up like what the fuck is happening in the news. Like, what am I missing?
No, I responded to everyone. I was like, LOL, I don't have time to evac, so we'll just see what happens. Like,
I know, I'm like, girl, do I have to drive to the Bay Area from Oregon and get you the fuck out of there?
you may have, because I was legit like, you know what? I'm on the 2nd floor. Good enough.
Oh my god.
Okay, I just found you out, I just found you even have a YouTube. I found you on IG. Your content is fire. Oh my god. Def doesn't stop. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I'm definitely a bigger deal on Instagram and TikTok, which I think is the true Gen Z in me. But if you guys
She's a bigger deal, folks.
Yeah, I'm a bigger deal. I'm not that big of a deal on here, okay.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, if you guys like bite-sized videos that get straight to the point and cater to your ADHD, you can definitely find me there. Okay, thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna raid out real quick. Do you guys have any suggestions for raids on Twitch?
Me.
Oh yeah, of course. Duh. Okay.
Yeah, if you are on this show and you were leaving before the other hosts, you need to obviously raid within, and then we will spread the raid afterwards.
Okay. Cool. I got you. All right.
Then you're telling people, all right, I'm off, people. Don't fucking watch these guys.
No, please go watch them.
Go watch something else.
Go love them. They're great. Okay, Matt, you have fun. I'm so glad you started talking again. You're back in your element. A couple hours there.
All right, folks, I'm out. Leftist Mafia officially over. If Ariana's not on the show, Leftist Mafia is not on. Go watch something else.
Oh my god. Okay, you're getting boomer energy. I'm gonna go. Bye.
Take care, Yana. All right.
I can't believe she asked who is she rating, guys. We're still doing the show.
I didn't even think about it though, honestly. Should I just read mine first again as well? I feel like it goes easier that way if we just kind of go one by one.
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead, do it.
Okay. So first one is from Cyborg Manifesto, $20. Thank you so much. Defund TYT. Thank you to John Lithium for the 10
my camera just
gifted subs. Oh yeah, you are out of focus. Very generous. My goodness, John, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is very generous of you. My goodness.
We had a lot of, I hope we always have this many people watching us, folks. We do this every Thursday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time.
We do.
Some shows are even better than this one. I feel like we spent a little bit too much time on the on some of the inside baseball leftist media stuff.
I think
but
it's fun. I like it. I
that's what the
personally like
show
that.
was today. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I have a bad time doing it.
Mhm.
If there was like a latest thing that happened, I would be fine spending time on that. Like if they said something new, if we spend as much time obviously on breaking that down and debunking whatever was said. But this one was a little bit too much insidery baseball for me. But it's what this episode was.
It's nice to give people that insider perspective who aren't necessarily, they're not getting that, so they get to see it from our view. And, I don't know. I'm trying to rationalize it, but sometimes we just go off the rails. And what are you going to do? Okay. Asa, thank you for the $5. CEO somehow disappears. Fallout pop-up saying everyone liked that. In all seriousness, though, I hope the man isn't caught. Thank you for the 5, Asa.
It seems like they're on his trail. It seems like the time is running out for this guy. Apparently, that photo was him. CNN is reporting, and the way they got that photo all but proves it certainly proves that we weren't dealing with a professional here. So apparently he showed up at the hostel at the desk fully masked and everything, and the girl at the counter was flirting with him and asked to see his face, and so he took his mask off.
Oh wow.
And then she asked to see him smile. And that's why he's smiling in one of those photos, because she was flirting with him and he was flirting back. I guess.
Did she know that he was the guy, or was she just...
No, this is before, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if she was trying to like narc on him and be like, "Hey, you look familiar. Hey, smile for me, toots." So it was just completely.
Yeah. Seems like apparently he used a fake ID to book the hostel, a fake New Jersey ID. But apparently they believe he came on a Greyhound. He came to New York via a Greyhound bus from Atlanta.
Oh, from Atlanta. Okay.
Yes. And apparently he dropped a water bottle from Starbucks at the scene. And they were able to get some smeared fingerprints. They're not 100% accurate because they're smeared. But they were able to get some sort of fingerprints, and they're apparently close to IDing the guy. I mean, maybe he left the country. Maybe he's not in the U.S. anymore.
I don't know.
Apparently they have yet to find anything else, though. They have the shell casings. This water bottle they believe is his. They have a burner phone that he dropped, apparently. But they can't get into it.
Okay.
I don't know why you wouldn't wear gloves while doing this.
Right.
Why would you even give a fingerprint at all?
Mm-hmm.
It also gave away some identification, like his skin color.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been covered from head to toe if I was if this was me.
Kowalski, thank you for the $9.99. With the fall of the French, German, and likely South Korean government, the fall of democracy in the United States, Italy, and Great Britain, I am declaring Mexico the new leader of the Western world. Hey, I think that's fair, given that their leadership right now is the best in North America. Asa, thank you for the 2. New Hampshire libertarians are something else. I'm sorry. Yeah, their Twitter is so unhinged. Do you think that my tweets can be unhinged? Go look at the New Hampshire libertarians. They don't compare to anybody else. They are fucking insane. Primal, thank you for the $20. Incredibly generous of you. Brian Thompson just showed up at the gates of hell, and the demons were like, "Hell no, we can't trust MF for that evil." Lawn Gnomes, thank you for the $10. Almost all modern media since 2000 has been glorifying vigilante justice when the system fails to act. The Punisher, Breaking Bad, Daredevil, Hunger Games, Taken, Iron Man. That's such a great point. Yeah,
Well, because
a really good point.
everyone thinks that vigilante justice is cool, and then when it actually happens, all of a sudden, they're against it. I mean,
Yeah,
um,
Batman, right?
right, right. I mean, same thing. Like people watch like Star Wars and root for the Rebel Alliance, but like
Mm-hmm.
if someone was to actually do that against the government,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
like an evil government.
Primal again, thank you for the $20. Very, very kind of you. I read the news today. Oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. And though the news was rather sad, well, I just had to laugh. He was a psychopath, denied people in his past. Yep. Okay. Jeremy Shellhaas, thank you for the 10. Could the Trump won X group by Y margin compared to 2020 narratives be explained by Kamala Harris not getting out enough of the Hispanic vote, rather than Donald Trump actually convincing more Hispanics to vote for him? I think that he did win a little bit of ground, but ultimately I do believe that this came down to Dems not getting out enough people. That's what it seems like. Comrade Girl 2018, thank you so much for the 10. The amount of people suffering and dying from being uninsured is unforgivable. How is that hard to understand for some people? Yeah, I totally agree. It makes no sense to me. Like, you should be able to know why people reacted the way that they did, and if you don't, then that speaks to, I think, a profound ignorance about the system. Tokyo Hans, thank you so much for being a member for 10 months. Unknown, thank you for the 10 pounds. Your health insurance is worse than my pet's insurance. Around 20 pounds for 2 cats a month. No kidding. Deductibles are 50 pounds. For annual checkup, including vaccinations. Around 6K covered a year per cat. Time to get pet insurance. That is so fun. That's actually true. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Our health insurance is not as good as UK pet insurance. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Sam, thank you for the 5. If there are more copycats of the suspect, I won't shed a tear. I mean, I feel like this kind of thing does happen. I don't know if it'll happen, but it could.
Right. I don't know if there'll be copycats. But because again, this is clearly someone who felt this was very personal. Like,
for sure.
There's whenever if they actually find the guy, the story is going to is going to be something where this person was greatly affected by the decisions that the company made in terms of someone that this
where they felt like they had
individual-
nothing left to lose. That's what can happen in these situations. If you feel like you've lost a loved one or you've gone bankrupt, people get in that desperate state. I mean, it's not necessarily unreasonable to think that this could happen, especially given this company in particular's rejection rate. Let's see here. So the next one is from Primal again. Primal, thank you. You are so generous. Thank you so much. You all are being so kind. I genuinely appreciate you all. Let me sub to y'all on Blue Sky. I hit up David and Mike so far. Yeah, definitely. I think all of us are on Blue Sky. I'm pretty sure, right? We've got to make a starter pack, like a Leftist Mafia starter pack. I think that would.
The problem is you need 8 people to be the minimum for a starter pack.
We could throw in Ole, because she's basically an honorary Leftist Mafia for life.
That's a good idea. You know what? I'm gonna. We could throw in. We could throw in the triangle.
She finds herself in a starter pack. Wait.
That's a good idea, though. Hold on. I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. I'm gonna Leftist. You could continue, and I'll let everybody know.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that'd be great. So go check out Matt Binder's Blue Sky, and click on that starter pack. I'm using Blue Sky a lot more. I really like it. Thank you so much, Fritza, for the $2. Rebecca, my fellow Haitian, is in the house. Yes, we love Rebecca. And thank you so much, Fritza. Again, Fritza sends $5. Thank you. I was charged $2,900 for an ambulance ride because I wasn't admitted. My left side was paralyzed. That's why I couldn't go myself. So I said, sue me. Jesus, that is... I mean, it's not surprising, but every time I hear one of these stories, Fritza, it's Wait, I'm still
is Ariana on Blue Sky?
She is. I know she's on Blue Sky. I'm pretty sure.
I can't find her.
No? Huh. But thank you for sharing that story, Fritza. Another one from Pritza. Thank you for the 2. I'm with you, Mike. That CEO has blood on his hands. 1000%. Cyborg Manifesto with $20. Thank you. That's very kind. That's for bonus hole. I support spicy, Mike. Well, hey, I appreciate that. Don't encourage me. Arch Arturo, thank you so much for the $50. Guys, if you rename the show, you should still call it the 13 Douchebags. That's actually really funny. Referencing Jank on Hassan. Although
she is not on Blue Sky.
She's not. I feel like I saw her. We'll have to get her on Blue Sky. Okay, we'll have to convince her to join.
Because otherwise, I can't. There's not. I need to add 2 more people.
Oh, okay.
How is she not on Blue Sky?
Yeah. Maybe it's a millennial thing, not a Gen Z thing. Tracy Eva, thank you for the 10 pounds. Very kind of you. Anna Kasparian is all about her personal grievances, 100%. She rages about healthcare costs on the old turfs all the time. But Anna is still furious with Mike for being mean to her at Jenk and TYT in his video. Yeah, I put out a whole video about this where I feel like I really, I'm starting to make sense of what's going on with TYT. And, yeah, it's sad, but what are you going to do? If they're going to put out misinformation, then I'm going to use my platform to try to undo the harm that they're doing. We all don't have as big of a platform as them, obviously, but to the extent that we can, we will push back against the bullshit that they're spewing. Venetia David, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Very kind of you. It's a super sticker that says #1 fan. You're so kind. And also, Venetia just became a member. Venetia, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Also, another, we've got a 10-pound super chat from Venetia. Venetia, my goodness, I really appreciate you. Mike, you are the best. Thank you so much. That is so kind. I really, really appreciate you saying that. Let me see here. So Samuel McCandless with $2. Shooter used B&T VP9 CIA spook. Asa, thank you for the $5. Look how the Menendez brothers are treated now. With the trial of the assassination, he will be hailed as a hero. I have a feeling something is brewing. I don't know. Yeah, I think that there is something. It's a possibility. I think that the point that Ariana brought up, it's honestly possible. I mean, to find a jury to convict, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if that happens.
I don't know. I think the American people are still. I think the reaction you see on social media is certainly real, but it's a very specific person.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's
I
true.
think there's a type of person, I should say. I think there is another type of person that is gonna not be fine with it.
Yeah, if during a trial, the prosecutors can try to really humanize the CEO as a person, so that way the jury views him as not like this cold, calculating CEO who killed people, but like a family man. Like, they have things that they can do to really play up that emotion on the jury, honestly. So,
it'll also depend what this guy's story is.
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
if it is especially egregious, like what they
put him through,
whatever they put his family member through, then
like if he lost a family member, that changes.
And how he lost that family member and what they went through, and
yeah. No, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I honestly don't know.
Oh wait, whoops! I just pressed something. I went to highlight it for myself. Is that really? All right, I have to look it up. My bad. I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh no, you're good. I think this was next. So this is from Adam Ilyoff. Thank you for the 5. Personally, think they risk making the guy a martyr if they catch him. I mean, that's a possibility too, putting aside like the question of how a jury would respond. So, it's certainly possible, right? Unknown, thank you for the 5 pounds. Random. It would be interesting if you were to do an episode while playing something like Jackbox. I think that would be fun if we did just a straight up like game night episode where we played like one of those types of games, Matt. We should do something like that. I would really enjoy that.
Maybe the episode right before Christmas.
Yeah, something like that would be fun. There's games like
because December 19th.
Yeah, that's
or we could do or depending on what you're all doing, it could be the episode the day after Christmas.
I mean, yeah, I'll be out of town, but
then you're not going to be on, so forget it.
Well, I could bring a laptop and or do it from my phone. There's games that we just need a cell phone. So like Rebecca, she doesn't have like a console, but she could still play like on the phone, like something like What the Dub or Jackbox. I think that would be fun. We've got to plan something like that. I really think that it would be it'd be nice to just have a non-political fun show. Like I think that we would enjoy that, and the viewers would hopefully enjoy that too. We'll talk about that. Thank you for the recommendation. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you so much for the member chat, member for 7 months. The USA's kangaroo courts are nothing but rubber stamps for millionaires and Christo-fascists. Jury nullification and trial grandstanding won't be allowed. I mean, it's yeah, you're not wrong, Nadia.
Mike, who's the non-leftist mafia member I add to the group? Who's a regular friend of the show?
Who have we brought on a bunch? We brought on a lot of people multiple times. Just add Anna Kasparian. She's on
Is she been on there?
No, don't do it. She is. But yeah. Just add anyone who's been a guest, like Capri Sun Poppy, Vanguard. I'd say anyone who's been a guest. They're part of the
Vanguard's been
Mafia.
on once, and I feel like it should be someone who's been on at least more than once to make them a regular on the. Speaking of which, we should have the Vanguard on again.
We absolutely should. They are fucking crushing it lately. And we need more of the RFK voice from Zach. Have you heard Zach do the RFK voice?
No.
It is literally indistinguishable from RFK Jr. Literally indistinguishable. Watch some video about RFK and he'll do it. You cannot tell. It's so fucking funny. I swear to God. You cannot tell the difference.
I'll have to watch.
1000%. It's so good.
Doesn't answer my question on who I'm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you have a personal account along with the Humanist Report on there or no?
No, I just have my account.
Because David doesn't have the Rational National account on there either. Ugh.
I don't know. We'll have to brainstorm a little bit.
Oh wait, what's the name of the guy who's done did Freestyle the News?
Oh,
he's been on a number of times.
Yeah, Zed Tabani. Add him, add Cosmopolitics, because they've all been guests a bunch of times. I'd say add all of them.
I don't see him on there. Oh well.
Cosmopolitics.
Ben Dixon, I guess, right? He's been on more than once, right?
Ben Dixon, yeah.
But see, here's the thing. If I add someone and it's like the Leftist Mafia and they're the one person who's not with the Leftist Mafia, they're going to be like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah,
Why
am
I?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Fritza, thank you for the $2.
Wait, what if I just add the main Blue Sky account?
That's fine, yeah. I don't know. Rebecca, Rick Scott looks like Voldemort's child. That's Kai. That dude is straight up alien. I'm sorry. He thinks that we don't see that he's wearing human skin. He is a fucking alien. Autistic Goblin, thank you for the member chat. NYPD needs health insurance too, and you know how rational and level-headed they are. Do they even want to arrest the white working class hero? I feel like they will because, you know, their job is to be bootlickers. They're inherently class traders. So I think they will. I think that the point that you're making is logical, but I think that they probably wouldn't get that point because they're not, they're paid to be obtuse. King Thor Didi, thank you so much for the 10. 10 minutes behind live stream, but can you imagine the jury selection process? It'll be hard to find 12 people to judge the guy for what he did, in my opinion. I mean, it's possible. Who knows, honestly? But, you know, as Matt said, you know, we're kind of in a certain online ecosystem where, well, I mean, I guess it's everywhere, but, you know, maybe it wouldn't translate online. It's so hard to say. Appreciate BSG Wolf becoming a member. Thank you so much. Thank you to Ali Tiger 6 for the $20. Incredibly generous super chat. Genuinely appreciate that. I stopped listening to Anna and Jenk when Benny left, but damn, they've gotten way worse. AK Rowling is fantastic. You're the real deal, Mike. To be fair, I did not come up with that. I don't remember who said that first. And I wish I could give them credit, but somebody else said it first. I don't know if it was somebody on Twitter in the comment section, but I took it and I ran with it because now she's just straight up a full-blown turf. But yeah, they've gotten way worse since Benny left, and it's sad. But I mean, people like Ole said this was gonna happen, and I think that everybody owes Ole her flowers. A lot of people called this, and people like myself were really hoping that wasn't gonna be the case, but it was.
All right, guys, I'm gonna share the link. I made the
nice
the Blue Sky starter pack.
0PE, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate you. I found it hilarious as fuck that Jenk thinks he's their left and the rest of the left is just posers. Yeah, he's the left. Yeah, I know. It's so weird when, especially in the middle of this centrist pivot, it's a weird time to assert yourself as like the arbiter of truth on the left, right? It's fucking weird and just unserious. Nut, thank you for the $5. Jenk probably believes he's Kendrick. When in reality, he's Drake.
Hold on, I'm not laughing at what they said. I'm laughing at how you just went, nut.
I don't know why I said it that way.
You're nut.
We've reached that point in the stream where the brain starts to rot under the studio lights, and we just kind of we spit from the dome, whatever's there. It's a stream of consciousness. I'm sorry in advance. John, thank you for the $2. Anna's not liberal. She voted for Trump. Did she? I don't know if she said that. It honestly would not surprise me, but I don't know if she said that. So I'll assume that she did not. Bay Photo, thank you for the $5. You hit the nail on the head in regard to Jenk treating online media as a competition. He's always gone on rants about being the first in the space. I mean, yeah, he's always been very ego motivated and ego driven. So, I mean, I'm calling it like I see it, and I think I'm not the only one who sees it. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you so much for the $2. Number one red flag, Google name and see Armenian genocide. Yeah. That's a name that they should probably reconsider. Although when Jenk explained it before, he was trying to explain it as, you know, that's not what it references. It means like young rebel or whatever. And so I'm like, you know, look, I didn't grow up in Turkey, so I can't really I can't white-splain what it means to him. I have no idea, but yeah.
The swastikas, but we're just Hindu, so.
Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue. I mean, he started off, you know, and he has since denounced this position, which is good, as like an Armenian genocide denier. But I'm not gonna like look into that. I don't take issue with the name. I take issue with like what he's saying, right? That's my number one concern. Sage and Candle, thank you for the $2. Jenk made an announcement of changes coming. Oh, I wonder what that means. It could be nothing, because when he said he was going to have a huge announcement on the Patrick Bet David show, and then it was just, hey, we're changing the branding to home of mainstream progressives, which was fucking hilarious. It's like, oh, woo, my mind is blown. So, you know, I don't know if it's anything. Don't count on it being like, we are officially Republicans joining Daily Wire. Like, I think it's probably going to be a nothing burger. Thank you, JLW Camus, for becoming a member. I'm getting pretty close to being done, Matt. Let me see.
That's all good.
Rhonda, thank you for the $5. Yesterday, I canceled my TYT paid subscription. This boomer only has so much to give on Social Security. I've been disgusted with him. Yeah, I mean, like, look, you don't owe your money to any content creator, but if you're dissatisfied, yeah, I don't blame you for making that decision. Also, times are just tough as well, so like, I think that most people can understand that nobody's entitled to the money of viewers. It's nice when it comes, but at the end of the day, viewership, that's what's going to pay the bills for all content creators. Tenbosen, thank you so much for the $5. Desus and Mero came through to sprinkle some allegedly around. And then we had the so I don't know why, but the Fritza chat to Rebecca earlier just is not showing up in StreamYard. Let me see if I can find the next one. It's going to be from Ari. I don't know if they just kind of like stopped coming through for me at a certain point. Yeah, I'm not seeing Ari, Arturo. Yeah, so at a certain point, I think that my super chats just stopped showing up on StreamYard. So I'm gonna have to just read them without putting them on the camera, unfortunately. One sec here. Well, I'll work backwards because I'm seeing the newer ones come through, but there's a period where they just, if you sent one in, it did not show up, but I'll still read it. So Max Pokes, bro, thank you for the 2. Did you see the super chat I sent earlier? Let me check really quick, Max. Here we go. So this is another one that did not show up, Max. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that didn't show up in StreamYard. I do see it now. So it was a $2 super chat. You said the shooter was a huge fan of Saw 6. Oh, see, I haven't seen Saw 6, so I don't get the reference fully, but I have an idea. And I'm sorry your chat didn't come through. I apologize to anyone else. Sometimes StreamYard does not filter the chats through on our end. So if you didn't get a super chat, tell us in the chat so that way the mods can let us know. So that way you don't have the super chat that we didn't see your super chats. You don't have to send more money. Elliot, thank you for the $2. Appreciate your voices. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kowalski, thank you for the $2. Make me the 8th. The mob needs muscle and corn. There you go. Yeah, Kowalski, basically an honorary member. Trees Ramos, thank you for the gifted membership. Terry Lightning, thank you for the 5. First time super chatting here. Thank you. With being trans, my mental health tanked after the election. You and others helped me to get active, keep moving forward. Well, hey, I'm so glad to hear that. Listen, you've got to keep living your life. It was really cool actually at Thanksgiving. A family member had come out as trans, and my advice to them, because they were really like, man, this is the worst time ever. And my advice was, you have to live your life. You cannot postpone you living your life because of the election. This is America. Odds are we're going to have a lot of bad elections as long as we live. But you live your life. Don't stop. Don't put it on hold. You know, this is going to be a fight that you're not going to be doing on your own. We're all here with you. Yeah, you keep living. Keep moving forward. It sucks, but survive, even if it's a fucking act of resistance. That's kind of like my mentality. Dasbos Fleisch, thank you for the $5.99. Greedy CEOs avoid prison all too often. At least recent events forces them in their enhanced security golden cages. Yeah, hey, I mean, they're spending more money, so I mean, is that a minimum?
Listen, I'm not saying this is, I'm not. Let's just say it like this: do you think they're going to spend their own money and not be like, yeah, we'll have to raise prices to make up for the extra cost?
Can they expense that out, like, business expense? I wonder. I'm sure. Yeah, that's a good point. True. Cyborg Manifesto. My goodness, $50 super chat. That is very generous. This is just extra to do something nice for yourself, like massage, nice meal, mani pedi. That is really kind. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Please know that this is never expected, but I really like your generosity is genuinely touching. Thank you.
What are you gonna do with it, Mike? I want to know. You gonna get that mani pedi? Gonna have a nice meal? What are you gonna do? A massage?
Maybe I'll have a nice meal. A massage would be nice, but maybe a nice meal actually. Sharon, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that.
What kind of food you gonna eat? What are you gonna get?
I don't know. That's a hard question. I'm not sure. Something yummy, of course. Chris Corcoran, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Variety wrote an article on how Rachel Zegler's comments, like saying Free Palestine, will hurt Snow White, even though Gal Gadot's Zionist ass is right there. The press tour will be so bad for Rachel. Yeah, I really, I feel bad in advance for this girl because she is genuinely she seems like a great person. And the amount of shit they're going to put this woman through for just having political opinions when they're the ones that are like, oh, you hate on me because of my political opinion. But like, she's a humane person. And they're going to subject her to so much shit. She's basically going to get the treatment of, I'm blanking on her name right now. The Allison Brie, the girl who played, God damn it. Now I'm blanking on the movie. Miss Marvel.
I don't know.
Who is that? Brie Larson?
Oh, yeah. What happened with her?
I mean, for months, she was like the subject of anti-woke assholes. Quartering did like 1,000 videos on her. I'm being hyperbolic, but I mean, he did a lot.
I remember that.
Just like dragging her through the mud. She's woke. The movie's woke, and I feel like they're already trying to do that to this poor woman. Yeah, it's sad. This is what women have to worry about now. You get successful, like the woman from Star Wars, the Disney show. I don't remember the name, but she went through the same bullshit. It's just fucked up. Like you make it, you be successful, and this is what they subject you to. They break you down.
Honestly, like the movie will probably do fine because it's a Disney movie.
Mm-hmm.
But in the sense that like it's a failure comparatively for a Disney movie, I think it's probably because of all the ridiculousness that went into the making of the movie in terms of apparently they weren't casting little people as actors, and they were gonna not do the whole dwarves thing, and they decided to then do that or something. I don't recall exactly what happened, but there was a lot of drama behind the scenes and how they were going to do the movie with the dwarves. And then they ended up doing, and if I remember correctly, Peter Dinklage made a comment about how the only time, Hollywood, hires an actor who's a little person is when they need to play the stereotypical role of a little person. They never get to just play a role. And I think that was a whole thing. And then Disney's decision just to go CGI with it. Like the seven dwarves are dwarves in this movie now, but they're completely CGI. They're not actors.
Really?
And it looks really bad. And on top of all of it, the design for the characters is really bad. They're really forgettable looking. They don't look anything like the very memorable design that they had in the 2D animated classic. I don't know what Disney's thinking with this. It looks really bad. It looks really bad. I haven't
seen anything about that. Interesting.
I mean, they should have just cast real life actors, but if they were going to go the animated route, at the very least, the designs needed to be really good, and they're not. They're really bad. I'm not just talking about realistic looking. I mean, the designs are bad designs. They're forgettable. They don't look like a Disney movie. They don't look
like the original Sonic movie type shit.
I think it's even worse than that, honestly.
Really?
Because the original Sonic movie thing, like, he looked ridiculously bad, so it was memorable. Like, these characters are just purely forgettable. Like, you'd be shocked to find out this was a Disney movie based on this. It looks like one of those, like, second-rate animation companies that are looking to piggyback off of a recent Disney release and fool people by having a similar IP movie based on that same IP coming out. It does not look like a Disney movie.
Wow. Damn, Disney. Gotta get it together. Vigilante Justice, thank you for the $5. Or I'm sorry, KWY Jibo, thank you for the $5. Vigilante Justice, while cathartic, gets very wrong quickly, as it is wholly unaccountable to the public. That's very, very true. Yeah, that's very true. You don't want to live in a society where something like that happens. But it is inevitable, if you see so much desperation. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you for the $2. No, get out the vote because number 1, policy. Number 2, long track record of fail. Yeah. Let me see. Next one here might not show up. Oh, here we go. It is. Okay, Arenza, thank you for the 1,000 yen. Anna's upset she can't use the death to fearmonger about homeless people and instead is trying to right-wing grift off of if it can happen to a CEO, it can happen to anyone. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's...
Wait, are you serious? Wait, that's what they're going with? Are you being serious about that?
Well,
because I saw Richie Torres make a tweet about how this shows like what is happening to New York.
Yeah, Morning Joe had that same
opposite.
take.
This is the most opposite of either of those. It's the same. First of all, it's the same thing they're both saying. Mm-hmm. Oh, if it could happen to anyone, crime is out of control. So this is a very specific crime that you can't say that for, because it is a targeted killing. That doesn't mean any play that was dangerous. This guy would have followed the CEO wherever. This killing could have happened in any state, in any city, in any country. Wherever this guy was, he was the target. So it doesn't show that your city is crime-ridden or anything like that. And then second of all, it definitely cannot happen to anyone. It can only happen to this guy because the reason he was a target was because of ostensibly what we believe is who he was and what he did for a living and how that played a role in the assassin's life in some way. That's what it seems to be. We don't know 100% yet. I would say the words written on those shell casings are really pointing to that. I would be shocked after finding out about what was written on those shell casings that wasn't the case. But this is absolutely the clearest cut scenario of this cannot happen to anyone. In fact, right. I don't even consider this guy to be dangerous to anyone other than the guy he was targeting. If you were to tell me that I was sitting next to this guy, I would not feel, that my life was threatened in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Jeremy Elwood, thank you for the $2. Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear gray backpacks. Ashley, thank you for becoming a member. Jeremy, thank you for the 5. I stopped watching TYT in 2017 when they went full ass grift. They may as well be MSNBC with anger issues. Reaching the end here of the ones that are showing up in StreamYard, I believe. Nadia, thank you for the $2. My apartment building lobby standing ovation at UHC. CEO Kia. Okay. Zia Spots, thank you for the $5. Can't give much, but wanted to say, love your new no BS attitude. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Jerry, thank you for the $5. Medicare for All would have retired the United Health CEO, which would have likely prevented his murder. That's true.
I honestly still don't get why, companies that aren't in the healthcare industry are not proponents of Medicare for All. Especially small businesses and startups. If those communities actually got together and realized how this would help them greatly. Imagine being a company and not having to cover your employees' health insurance. That's a major hurdle to starting a company. And I'm not saying pity the business owners. I'm not. But strategically, if we got those people on our side for Medicare for All, I think you would see, because unfortunately the powers that be do care about what these business owners think.
Yeah.
And you would be able to start up your companies, get your businesses going, make hiring decisions much more freely and liberally. I'm not using that word in a political sense. If you did not have to purchase healthcare for your employees or cover healthcare expenses for your employees.
Right. Rolando Capalleja, thank you for the $2. Mike, who do you have for game of the year next Thursday? So I voted for Astrobot, but I don't know who's gonna win though. But my choice would be Astrobot. If it's not Astrobot, then I hope it is Black Myth Wukong.
Is this game of the year for what?
So
the video game awards or something?
Yes, the video game awards on Thursday next week. Actually, during the Leftist Mafia, we might have lower viewership because of that.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're
maybe a Wednesday night stream next week. I don't know.
Maybe. Cyborg Manifesto, thank you so much again for the $50. That is so kind. Thank you so much.
Damn, Cyborg Manifesto just throwing that cash at you. Wow,
bankrolling the whole show. Damn. Just want to say I relate to you, Mike, as a fellow evangelical religion survivor. I understand the abuse you've suffered and why you want to fight abuse and hypocrisy in the system. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have that trauma stay with you for the rest of your life if you were really like indoctrinated at a young age, as I was, and it followed me. It stays with me. I still mentally am having to deal with the repercussions of that. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that. It's nice to have like a lot of other people share that same experience. Donald Costable, thank you so much for the $10. Love y'all. Thank you so much. Old ass white man Gen X here. Been watching TYT and some of you all for a decade. So sad that TYT was not what I thought they were. Yeah, it genuinely is sad. I like. Even though I'm pissed off at them now, I still am saddened by it because I never wanted to like see them go full right wing, and I never wanted to like attack them as I do Jimmy Dore. I just wanted them to do better, but it's clear that they are not like there's inertia. Like they're not going to do better. It's very, very apparent to me, unfortunately. Arch Arturo, thank you for the $20. Rebecca, I just followed you on Blue Sky now. She left, but I'm glad you did that. Definitely follow Rebecca. She's a great follow. Ari W, thank you for the $19.99. I love the 0 fucks to give, Mike. Well, thank you. And that's a very generous super chat. I really appreciate you saying that. Or sending that and saying that. Close to the election, some in the space tried to convince Mike to be optimistic about Kamala's campaign, and he knew they were wrong, but he tried. So go off, King. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to shit on people who were optimistic, even though I kind of had a sick feeling in my stomach. Like, sometimes you need to let people be hopeful. Who is it, who am I to rain on their parade? But once it was over, it was like, okay, now the optimism didn't work, so I'm not gonna hold back, and it's not like I ever really hold back or filter myself a lot, but I'm selective in how I talk about things because I genuinely, even though I can be a cynical bastard, I don't want to make people feel doomer or black-pilled or hopeless. Like, I want you to use the anger and have it fuel your activism or fight in some way. I don't want you to like become, doomer pill to the point where you check out. I want you to harness your rage. So that's my goal. It's just a matter of like how you do that. But thank you so much. That is the last super chat that I have. Again, we come back to Frida, and the super chat, where she sent Rebecca $100 is not showing up. I have no idea why, but that is really kind of you, Frida. Again, thank you for that. So now we get to your super chats. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Let me pull up your first super chat, and then I'll run to the bathroom and get some water, and then come back, and I'll try to keep up with the super chats as you read them on the screen. So let me know your first one. I think it's gonna be.
It's Kowalski.
Kowalski. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yep. You got it up. All right. Cool. Kowalski with a $10 super chat. I am demanding that Biden pardons the assassin. If CEOs want to bathe in our blood and then go out in public, why are they surprised when they get ripped apart by wolves? These are our woods. Damn, Kowalski. Yeah, I don't think you're getting that from Biden. I think you're getting that from Biden. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Mini Doctors with a super chat. Hold on, is this the one I'm trying to? Mondale at Trap House made a good point that black folks still have family in jail from the 1994 crime bill weed cases, but he pardons his son. Optics. Yeah. Yeah. Tokyo Hans. Where's that? Here we go. I have tsunami experience. Was living on a tiny island 500 kilometers southwest of Tokyo during an earthquake that took out the Fukushima nuclear plant. Oh, wow. Evacuated to high ground that had the one bar of the island. Held out for 24 hours. Damn, Togyans, that sounds pretty crazy. Was it? I mean, it sounds like it. Carrie Shaw with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Carrie. I think the healthcare CEO's wife did it. She hired someone. I don't know. I mean, it could be. I guess we'll find out. Maybe. But I don't know. Zachamania with a super chat. Let me make sure I can find you here. Hold on. Binder, I would give you more, but I lost all my money on the Hawk Tua rug pull. JK. Seriously, though, could you comment on that particular scam? Oh, my God. How did we not get to that? On this episode?
I wanted to hear you talk about that.
We were hinting at it, and we never got to it. What happened?
Next week, we'll have to talk about it because you've got to go off on that.
Let me just really quickly, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but yeah, it's a celebrity meme coin. Don't do them. I mean, don't buy crypto at all.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I want to address right now. So Bitcoin hit 100K yesterday. The highest it's ever gone. First time it's hit six figures. One Bitcoin at one point was, I think it fell below 100K since, but it was at 100K at one point. And the second that happened, I knew this was going to happen. The second that happened, I had a few people tweeting at me, replying to old Scam Economy videos saying, guess you were wrong. Some Scam Economy, huh? And they were like, yeah, what else? What was another one? This aged like milk. And
wow.
I'm like looking at what people are saying, and it's just like none of these people watched or listened to a single thing I said or about this at all. Never did I ever say that my feelings on crypto and my opinions on it and why you should stay away or whatever was tied to how much money it was worth. The value of cryptocurrency any specific token has no bearing on anything I've ever said. Did I cover when people lost money? Did I cover when there were big crashes? Of course, because those were events that were happening in the crypto space. But I was never a person who said, Bitcoin's dying, Bitcoin's gone, Bitcoin's dead, it's never coming back. In fact, I've warned people that this industry has ebbs and flows and that there will likely be another boom. And that the next time people will probably get hurt even worse, et cetera, et cetera. My feelings on crypto and my warnings on crypto and my reporting on crypto has never been about Bitcoin hitting 100K, whether it would or not. No. The point has always been that why did it hit 100K? What happened for it to hit 100K? Did the company behind Bitcoin, like when a company does good on the stock market, did they have some big release, some big launch, some big product that just sold hotcakes? No. My point has always been, you are not an insider. You have no idea why crypto is going up, why it's going down. So if you're someone who's got this down pat, you are really good at trading crypto, then good for you. More power to you. I'm not telling you what to do. I mean, I think you should know that you are basically making money off of the suckers who have dropped money at when it was high, and that you're basically taking their earnings or whatever. And if it's just other crypto people now, then fuck them. Who cares? I guess, right? But I always have said it's akin to gambling. If you're a good poker player, if you're really good at gambling, if that's your thing, you're a professional poker player, then I don't give a fuck what you do. Do your thing. But if like your buddy who visits Vegas once every 5 years is about to throw down their life savings on a poker game, you'd be like, don't fucking do that, right? It's the same shit. It's the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, my opinion has been, my interest in crypto has always been related to where it is in broader society. And I don't think crypto is where it was in 2020, 2021, early 2022, where your mom, dad, brother, sister, aunts and uncles, grandma and grandpa were being told about this new crypto thing, and they were putting money into it and losing money. I think right now it's still at a point where the people who are investing in crypto are mostly people who are crypto people. And so my interest in crypto is not where it was during that previous time period. But I am watching it. I am continuing to follow what's going on. I am reporting on it because eventually I think there'll be another boom where it hits the mainstream. And I think people will dip their toes in again. And I think people will get fucked over again. So, I'll be covering it. But that's what happened with the Hawk Tuah thing. It was like 2021 all over again, where all those influencer scam coins were dropping and they were rug pulling their fans. It's the same shit.
So gross. You and CoffeeZilla got to do a stream together. That would be actually really.
I would love to.
Really
I spoke to him once for an article back when I was covering those influencer meme coins in 2021. He's good at what he does.
He's great. Yeah. You two are like the leaders in this area. That'd be a banger.
I wouldn't put myself up there with him, but I appreciate it.
Okay, I have caught up, so go ahead and read the next one, and I'll just follow along.
Oh yeah, sure. C10 Kidney with a super chat. So how long until transitioning is outlawed for 18? I don't. You have anything
for like 18
plus?
One? So I have a video tomorrow about the Skrmetti Supreme Court oral arguments. And I break down the legal argumentation and stuff, and it did not go well.
All right.
So
I've only sort of, I try to pay attention just to see what's going on and keep basically informed, but there's just so much happening. And this particular number of things happening on my beats that I've unfortunately not been able to give enough time to this. So I'm not the best person to ask about this one.
So my interpretation of this is they are going to uphold the ban on gender affirming care in Tennessee, which means the 23 other states that have banned gender affirming care for trans youth is going to stay on the books. Having said that, though, Robert's argument, first of all, Gorsuch, I'm assuming, is going to side with the liberals. He didn't say anything during oral arguments, but he wrote the majority opinion for Bostock, which says that LGBTQ discrimination in employment is tantamount to sex-based discrimination. And that's the same argument that the ACL used in arguing this case for gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth. So in the event this became like a federal ban, I don't know that Roberts would side with the conservatives, because in this argument, he was saying something like, I don't think that the courts can decide this. It has to be left up to the states. So maybe he wouldn't support a blanket ban, but he's definitely in support of allowing states to ban gender affirming care. In terms of 18 plus, that's an entirely different legal question, and I genuinely don't know what's going to happen. That's kind of working its way through the system right now. It's something in Florida that we have to watch. I genuinely don't know. Don't catastrophize about it, because right now we're not fighting that battle, and we don't know where that's going to go specifically. We know that these people are sick, and they're going to try to ban healthcare for all trans people. But don't freak out. Live your life. There's nothing that you can do about it right now. As it comes, we'll deal with that. But right now, their main goal is just to get rid of any gender-affirming care for trans youth in the short term. So I can't answer your question. We're kind of taking it as it comes, but I'll be trying to follow this as much as I can on my channel. It's very, 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 very depressing, but you know, it's good. We already know it's going to be a fight, so just brace yourself. Don't give up. It's going to be a long fucking fight.
Tunbosin with a super chat. Yamagami Tetsuya X John Q collaborating on the next health insurance hit. I hold no qualms with their moves. Just remember, don't snitch. That, you know, the movie John Q is exactly what I thought about when this happened. It was the first thing that came to mind. You know, I think it's a little bit different, whereas I think the broader public would find a John Q situation more morally correct, because John Q's act is to directly force that healthcare treatment is provided for his child, whereas this was more of a revenge or seeking justice act. But if this was a John Q scenario, I would be fully on board with the idea that if this guy is found, the public is letting him off. Because the John Q scenario is directly saving a kid's life. But yeah, that's exactly what I thought about when I heard about this. I was like, holy shit, John Q.
Okay, I think Ryan Chan is next for you, right?
Yeah, Ryan Chan. Sorry, I lost my place on my own side. Ryan Chan, one aspect is rural healthcare would benefit greatly from Medicare for all. Rural people are always out of network and rural hospitals are closing nationwide. It's a great point.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Right. Yep.
Unfortunately, though, that might be one of those scenarios. Again, this is not everyone, but, you know, rural areas tend to be more conservative. And there is that saying that conservatives would easily vote against their own interests to vote against somebody they perceive as, you know, having done wrong to them. And I think that scenario would be true in this case. I don't think even that argument would work for a number of conservatives in rural areas. Tokyo Hans with another super chat. Stealing a comment from Orb Rumor. I'm sorry, but your plan doesn't cover bullet wounds. I mean, I don't think healthcare CEOs need to worry about healthcare coverage. If he had to pay out of pocket, he'd be fine. 10 Lawn Gnomes with a super chat. Seeing stories about claims are going through much easier today and fewer pre-approvals needed, as if all the insurance agencies sent out a memo. I mean, if that's true, I mean, it's very reminiscent of like the come to Jesus moment Japan went through about that like religious cult that that assassin over there killed oh my god, I'm having a mental block. What was his name again? The prime minister Shinzo Abe. Yeah. Looney Tunes 9000 with a super chat. This super chat is for Ms. Bonus Hole, aka I'm not saying, to get off the F off social media. And okay, so this person's talking about. Rachel Atwood with a super chat. Jenk is way too obsessed with Silly and Billy. Wait, what's Silly and Billy again?
That is Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard.
Oh.
He calls
is he
them
really
Silly
obsessed
and Billy.
with?
He mentions them quite a bit. Because
Really?
they're on his ass. And they come with the facts. They have inside sources at TYT. Like they're getting under his skin, and it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he brings them. He makes little like he takes pot shots at them.
He calls them Silly and Billy.
Yeah, he pretends like he doesn't know who they are. I don't know, Silly and Billy, when it's like, bro, you know exactly who they are. You are watching the Vanguard every single stream.
Also, Silly and Billy is like the most like boomer ass phrase for someone I've ever heard in my life. Sounds like something that like my like your grandma would say.
Yeah.
Like Julio's friends over there again, you know, the two guys you're always hanging out with, Silly and Billy.
Yeah, totally.
Like what
It's
the
so
fuck?
funny. I saw them put Silly and Billy in their thumbnail though, because they were talking about TYT. Like, I feel like he thinks it's an own, but it's such a boomer like thing to say.
It's an own for him. It makes him sound like a cornball.
Yeah. I love that they're running
boomer.
with it though.
I can't believe how many people are still watching this show
this late.
Folks, if everyone right now if not even everyone, if half the people watching, not even, if a quarter of the people watching right now subscribe to my second YouTube channel that I'm trying to get monetized, I would get it would get monetized very quickly.
Drop that link in the yeah.
Help monetize Matt's second channel by subscribing. I just dropped it in the what the second, again, for people who don't know, the second channel, I want to do like video game live streams. I'd probably stream Fortnite with my son, and then also Fortnite by myself
cute.
when I'm playing it at 2 a.m.
I would watch those streams. I watched your Fortnite stream. It was actually really entertaining. It made me want to play.
Yeah, I would do a lot of that stuff on the second channel, and I would do it on my main one. But as Mike and other popular YouTubers, successful YouTubers have told me, YouTube is very strict with like what type of content you put on your channel and how it gets recommended. So like if you're doing news and politics and you start uploading non-news and politics stuff, you're gonna get hit in the algorithm and it's gonna hurt your channel. Isn't that correct, Mike?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. You want to really stay in your
I wish
lane.
that wasn't.
I know.
But like, yeah, I noticed that like my Fortnite stream, for example, the last time I did one months ago, didn't get very many viewers. And I think like the non-Fortnite streams I did afterwards, actually, I think didn't do as well as usual. It took like a couple of weeks for the stream to get back in the algorithm.
Yeah, it sucks because you kind of get like, they throw you in a hole in the algorithm and they don't recommend your stuff as much, and it takes so long to dig yourself out of that. So you got to really be careful in what you choose to put on your channel, which sucks because you can't have like a variety channel really.
Right.
It sucks.
All right, back to the super chats. Thank you. I crossed 300 subscribers on that channel. I believe I have to get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 view hours to get monetized. Now, I'm not so much worried about the view hours because once I have 1,000 subscribers on there, I'll start streaming Fortnite, and I think a 4,000 view hours will happen very quickly. But the subscriber one, I want to get to, because that I think is gonna be more of a pain in the ass. Yeah.
Alrighty, who's up next for you? We have quite a bit, and I have more that came in as well.
Are you okay? So
somebody
we'll
sent
get
a
through them
super
quicker.
chat telling me to not interrupt you because you need to get to your chats because they're tired.
Oh, okay. All right,
I'll get to that one eventually too.
I mean, listen, folks. I want to make something clear here. No, you're not forced to be here. If you need to jump off,
Yeah, you have to stay.
You can leave. You're not. Please don't punish yourself. Don't feel like you have to stay. I appreciate it. It makes
What if
me
we
know
say
that
something really interesting?
Maybe I should just start doing those Fortnite streams on the other channel. Maybe I'll get there much faster because apparently some of you like staying up late.
Yeah.
I'm not doing one tonight. I'm exhausted. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow night or one of these late weekend nights. I'll let you guys know. Connor Miles with a super chat. United Healthcare spent most of this year unsuccessfully insisting my mother-in-law didn't deserve to recover from her stroke. Ooh.
Jesus.
This is what I mean, people. This is why people don't show much remorse for what's going on. And I mean, how do you blame anyone who feels that way? Like, you know, the illness or procedures or surgeries or medications, going through that whole process is hard enough as it is. To have to deal with your insurance company telling you they're not going to cover something, and then you find out that this procedure or medication or whatever it is that you need is going to cost you so much money, you're going to go deep into debt and your life's about to change forever. You know, it's gonna take a toll on you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And so how do you blame people for feeling a certain way? Larry R with a super chat. Police say they have the killer's cell phone, a water bottle he drank from, and candy bar wrappers. How have they not found him? Are they just lying? Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting how they apparently do have these things now, and they still don't know who he is. There's not even a name that's out there. It is interesting. Foresto with a super chat. Jenks doing the "I'm not a grifter, you are" line. Yeah, the Pee Wee Herman classic. I know you are, but what am I? I love Pee Wee, by the way. Shouldn't bring up Pee Wee Herman when talking about this. I shouldn't sully Pee Wee Herman's good name. Well, I was using a reference to him. Denise, the super chat. Just a super sticker. Thank you, Denise. Guamu with a super chat. Talking about grifters, Matt, you can't keep hiding your grift promoting crypto scams on Blue Sky. Oh, I forgot to mention this. So because I have a lot of followers on Blue Sky, I've had a number of fake imposter accounts pretending to be on Blue Sky. And one was able to amass like over 100 followers just pretending to be me and reposting my own posts. Like they would just copy my posts on Blue Sky and post it as their own. And then they started direct messaging people with crypto scams to try to convince them to.
God.
Yeah. So I got they do seem. I asked people to report them. It does seem like Blue Sky has finally suspended those accounts. But yeah, it was very weird. The person was at first I thought it was a bot, just posting reposting my own posts like just automatically. But then the account blocked me, then changed the handle to something else. Like it was originally like Matt Binder 1, but then they changed it to Matt Binder with the I in Binder being 1, the number 1. After I told people to report the original Matt Binder 1 account. And then they reposted my post where I told people to report the accounts. And I posted 2 screenshots of 2 imposter accounts. And the more successful imposter account that was reposting my stuff, they reposted that post, but removed the screenshot of their account. So it was like he was just telling people to report the other fake.
Damn.
So it became clear to me that it wasn't a bot behind this account anymore. It was a real person, which made it really creepy. Because
yeah, that is very creepy.
Because some of the posts they were posting to make it look like me were the posts I posted of me with my son, like photos of my son.
Oh.
Yeah, it was very weird.
Well, like that's happened to me before on YouTube where somebody stole pictures of me with my husband from my wedding, and then they commented on my channel, or I think it was they commented on David's channel saying that Mike's dead dad is looking down on his sodomy disappointed or whatever. Like it was something weird like that where it's like, bro, you like searched out my wedding photos and like, I mean, it doesn't like, that doesn't bother me. You're not offending me. I know my dad wouldn't think that. It's just very creepy that you took the time to do all of that. Like you're not doing anything to me. It's just very weird.
Right. I mean, a lot of people are just really sad, lonely
Yeah.
people who've got nothing else to do. Like, I don't have any fake burner accounts or anything like that. I don't have the time to do that shit.
Oh, I have one, my Futtbucker69 account that I shitpost on. I haven't used it in years. And I forgot the password. Yeah. People know it's me though, because it's part of my videos, and I'll like.
Right.
I haven't used it.
I do have my libtard02 account.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about libtard.
I found Jimmy. I uncovered Jimmy Dore's burner account, and it was libtard01.
I think that's when I made a burner account too, like as a meme. Okay, that's funny.
Like I do have, obviously I have accounts for like, you know, like for example, I have you know, an account for my podcast or whatever, just to you know, but I do have like a throwaway account that was used just to look at accounts that had blocked me, so I could follow like not people like conservatives that blocked me. Like I don't harass people. Like conservatives that blocked me, I had an account just so I could see what they were posting, but I never posted from that account because it's not a burner account in that way. Like, I'm not shit posting. I just had an account to follow conservatives that had blocked my main account. But I don't have to do that anymore because you can see posts from people who blocked you now.
Yeah, I saw Meghan McCain's tweet and I'm like, oh, did she unblock me? And you could just click on it, but you can't reply or anything. And I'm like, oh yeah, they made it so that you can see people. It's not a great policy, but you know,
right.
What are you gonna do?
I totally forgot about the Jimmy Dore thing. That was so funny.
That was so your video on that was fucking amazing. I was like on pins and needles as you were breaking it down with the evidence. You all have to go watch that. It's so good. It's like a classic video, I think, at this point.
I mean, for a classic video, it doesn't have very many views.
It doesn't? It's gotta have a lot.
No, it really doesn't. I gotta post
good. Like when you got to the semicircle part and like you slowly fill it in, I'm like screaming at my fucking monitor, like, oh my god, he's cracked the fucking case. Sherlock Holmes Bender.
It was really fucking funny. I totally forgot about how many views does it have? Let me see. Hold on. Only got 8K. That's not a lot.
It?
Yeah. Wait, that might have been that might have been. Unfortunately, there was the first one and then the follow-up. And the follow-up was the one that really nailed him. But the let me see if the original one got more.
Oh, okay, I do remember. Right. Where you had the locations and shit pinned down. It was very intricate. You had a
the original one only has 9K views, man.
What? That's an injustice.
I gotta post more videos. I really do. I gotta maybe even take like if I have to choose. I'm gonna try to do it all, but if I have to choose, maybe I spend more time on doing the videos than anything else. Than like
videos,
live streaming
1000%.
Right now or podcasting right now, just to see what it does. Because I think that's the missing link here. And everyone's
because
told me
if you're
that.
not gonna stream like every single day, then you kind of need to be a video channel. And your videos are good. To be fair, though, to you with that libtard01 video, Majority Report played your video too, so there were more views that way. So people did see it. It did not go to waste.
Someone just reminded me. A lot of people probably saw it through the Majority Report channel.
I just said that.
Oh, you did just say that?
I literally just said that. Yeah.
Oh,
that's how you know it's late. That's how you know it's late.
I heard your voice, but I was reading someone say you should check how much the Majority Report one has. Someone said that just as you were.
You read it as I said it, so you got it from both times.
Oh my god!
Or from both people. Look, it's late. So
yeah.
I
Okay.
feel like...
So they have two of them now too. They had two of them because I guess they covered. So the first one of theirs has 89,000 views, and the second one has 81,000 views.
There we go. That's justice. That's what that deserves. Okay.
And then Sam has his own reaction to it, which got 69,000 views.
Nice. Okay, where are we at for super chats? We
Man,
need to get
talk
back to
about
that. You guys so much.
that person asking you, please, no more tangents. We've got on like 20 tangents.
We're so bad. This is why everybody else leaves, and we're here till like fucking
Right.
10.
Tunbosin with the super chat. Ah, shit. Here Karen Sparian goes again. Oh, boy. Archangel with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Archangel. I feel so indifferent to this whole post-election shit show. I'm feeling fatigue over the crazy, and I just want Trump to take office so we can see what he'll actually do. The slow, speculative lead up to January 20th is exhausting. I gotta say, and I've said this before, and I don't think I've ever really again, here I go on the tangents, but really quickly, I don't think I've ever spoken about the how bad it got and how expansive it got and how bad it was for me, and I'm still sort of feeling it. But between Gaza and the election, and not so much the election results, just like the whole shit show.
It was exhausting in the lead up as well.
I got, and then just like in general, other things like with life and work and things like that. I got burnt out. I got burnt out bad. Some of you probably noticed I haven't done Scam Economy in a while. I haven't done Doomed in a while. I've just been streaming because for me, the streaming stuff is the easiest because I could just turn the camera on and go live. I got burnt out. And it's a shitty feeling. Yeah. So
Yep.
I hear you. That's exactly how I feel. It's been rough. And again, I'm fine. I just mean like it's been rough for like someone who's trying to grow this stuff and to like for the first time in over a decade I've been doing this in general, I've not wanted to do it. Like like David Dole said, he considered like getting another job. It's crossed my mind. Like
That thought
it's
has
hard
crossed
to
my
been
mind
doing
a
this for
lot
as long
this
as
year.
what?
That thought has crossed my mind this year as well.
Yeah, and
Next
it's
year is
not
my
just
10th
that
year
stuff.
doing this.
It's not just that stuff. It's like, and I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way. Like you people are the reason I am doing it. Like, so, but like, you know, I have not made a lot of money doing this. And as someone who's, you know, getting older and I got 2 kids and they're getting older, it's hard to keep doing this, honestly. And not just like go do something else. And I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything that I'm like leaving or stopping doing it. I'm giving it a go. But you know, if it doesn't work out, I can't keep doing something that isn't working out.
Yeah. Breaks are important. I'm taking multiple weeks off for the holiday. I'm not streaming. Probably next week will be my last Leftist Mafia episode until like the second week of January. I have to completely decompress before Trump's second term because that is going to suck the soul out of me. So I'm really gonna I'm gonna cool it on the videos a little bit. I'll still post. I have some stuff that I'm pre-recording, but I'm gonna take some time to try to decompress from the politics because it's draining, and I'm very thankful to be able to do this full time. But like if you can't escape it, then I feel like it makes you less effective. It brings you down. So I'm trying to give myself a little bit of room to let the brain rot recover, let my my brain repair itself, and hopefully that makes me more efficient and ready to go come January.
All right. Logan, this isn't a super chat, but Logan says Matt is leaving the left. Check for his second Tim Pool appearance. Listen, I want to make it clear if anyone's taking it the wrong way. I'm not saying I'm gonna stop doing this. Obviously, in fact, Leftist Mafia is the easiest one for me because I just show up and we have a conversation. I'll be doing Leftist Mafia. No, don't worry about it.
It's the easiest one to like do because it's so cathartic and we're like talking to each other. We don't feel alone, and I feel like it's the same for you all too because we talk to you.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next super chat.
All right, what do we got?
Tunbosin. If you showed me clips of Eric Adams and Cenk Uygur side by side, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I don't get
It's like
I'm lost.
It's like the Pam meme where it's like corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's the same picture.
Oh, my hold on, the YouTube live chat back end that shows me the super chats is frozen. 1 sec. I had to restart it. Hold on. Like refresh it, I mean. All right, where was I? Chargoond with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Chargoond. In a country where nearly everyone goes bankrupt after a single hospital visit, laughing is forbidden. Now, Chargoond with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Chargoond. I was watching the National Dog Show, and out came the Canaan dog, and the announcer said, Israel's one native dog breed is fucked up, not chill. Alert is an understatement. What? I was thinking, I wonder why that is. It's a mystery. Wait, what happened?
I can't.
I have
watch
no idea
the
what you're
dog
talking about.
show.
Also, there's a Israeli dog. I had no idea.
I did not know this. My dog freaks out at other dogs on the TV, so I do not watch anything with dogs. It's banned.
Hold on. My headphones just died. 1 second. Charge the other one, and then the last one just died, so I gotta swap them. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I'm looking up the Cannon dog.
I don't think I've ever seen or even heard of that breed.
Interesting.
It just looks like a regular dog, actually. It's cute.
Just like a white dog. Yep.
Yeah.
But it says on Wikipedia, it says it's a breed of dog, a pariah dog, found across the Middle East. It can be found in Jordan, Israel, Lebanon, Palestine, and the Sinai Peninsula. Is the national dog of Israel.
It's really pretty.
I mean, I have a Catahoula. My dog's a Catahoula.
Your dog is really cute too. I forgot what it looks like though. Let me look it up.
He's a Catahoula lab mix.
Oh yeah, those are beautiful.
But they are the state dog of Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, that's where my dog came from. He came from Louisiana. He came right off the truck. At the shelter.
Oh my god, these are so adorable.
They're a cool dog. They're very active. We were not told about how active they would be.
Some of those dogs, yeah.
I kind of feel bad sometimes that we try, but this is a dog whose job it is to herd cattle.
He's got a lot of energy, yeah.
So his life inside of an apartment in New York City is not cattle herding. I think he's a happy dog, though. He's happy to be. There's a lot of kids in the house, so he's certainly stimulated.
That's good.
Yeah.
They probably play with him a lot too.
Yeah, and he plays with them and gets too rambunctious, and then you'll hear laughing, and then you'll hear, no, Terry, stop it, and I'll run in, and he's humping them or pulling their he's got his mouth on their shirt sleeve, and he's pulling at it. Yeah, he's not he's a gentle giant though. He's a sweetheart. He has never bit or attacked anyone. When he bites, it's a very light bite to grab something. He's never bit to he's a good dog in that way. SK with a $10 super chat. Mike, I agree with Anna on Title IX in sports as an intersection of equal rights to competitive sports, but left YouTube's research skills, read Anna, are bad. Hire fewer voices and more researchers. I have no idea what this person's talking about. Do you?
Title IX has to do with the women's sports.
No, I know it has to do with sports.
I don't know. It's too late for me to try to process it. Unfortunately, I can't do it. I don't know.
It's right. It covers sexual and gender-based harassment and discrimination in schools, which extends obviously to school sports. Right. I don't care. I don't think it matters, honestly. I really don't.
Sports are supposed to be fun and social for kids, so
I mean, listen, I can assure you that if someone is good at sports, like so good that they should be a professional, a scout is not judging that individual based on how their team does or how they get wrecked by another team that happens to have a trans person on the team. Like, scouts don't look at that. They don't look at an individual's record on, in how like the whole team does. They look at that individual's statistics. So if you're good at sports and you play really well, but you lose to a team that just happens to have a trans person on it, that's not going to hurt that individual in the eyes of the scout.
And just
like if that's what people are worried about, that's just stupid.
Yeah, and in terms of hiring fewer voices, we don't hire people here. TYT does, but we do not. We don't have.
But
I
also don't know like what else could you care about? Like that's the one scenario I could see you caring about. That like, and I just explained why it doesn't matter. Why you don't have to worry about that. There's no other scenario where that matters. It doesn't. Like your team's win-loss record. First of all, a trans person on another team is not affecting that. And then second of all, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sports is either for fun or an individual is taking it seriously because they want to go pro. And then I just covered that.
Okay. I think we're approaching the end of yours, right? You got Taka?
Yes. Well, by approaching the end, if you mean like a dozen more.
I got some more in, yeah.
Toka Oroku with a super chat. Jenk always said resoundingly he's a capitalist. Yeah, I mean that's
true. Yeah.
I mean, I think most people have not thought about it, and so they would say they're a capitalist. I mean, it's not surprising.
I think he knows what that is.
He knows, though. Yeah,
for sure. I am not.
But also in America specifically, I think most people who think about it are probably capitalists because America is the home of people who are just one step, or people who believe they're just one step away from being, very wealthy or successful.
We're all temporarily embarrassed billionaires ourselves.
Yes,
that's what a lot of people.
A lot of people in America feel that way. Tejeswi with a super chat. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Finally came up with a new name for Leftist Mafia. Broke, depressed, and eternally online. Fit your personalities and very relatable to your fans. Yeah, but I don't think it's very catchy.
I feel like this might low-key be like a diss, but it's not entirely inaccurate, right? It's kind of an accurate diss.
I mean, I'm definitely broke. I would say I don't suffer from depression, like in terms of it being like a mental illness or a disease, which I know a lot of people suffer from. I definitely don't have that. The position I am in my life, I would say I am abnormally optimistic. In fact, I should probably go get mental health for how optimistic I am in general.
Is it because Trump won the election? Because Jenk's optimistic because of that too.
Yeah, of course. No, I don't know. I'm just someone who always, to steal a page out of Monty Python, I'm someone who always looks at the bright side of life.
That's good though.
I don't know why. I just am that way. I wish I wasn't all the time. Like I wish I was someone who accurately portrayed just how shitty things are.
I think that you should be thankful that you're optimistic. Don't wish to not be optimistic.
No, right. No, but I've actually never I've luckily and I have never suffered from depression. In terms of it being like a real disease. Like you could say like, oh, I'm feeling depressed, but that's just like a feeling, like you feel sad or whatever. Feel down. But I've never
not, like,
suffered from
clinical.
depression.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. All
All
right, who's up next?
Alexander with the super chat. Home from Wicked. Y'all have to watch Wicked. I have to see it. I definitely have to see it.
I'm not gonna see Wicked.
For my family right now, we're choosing which movie we're going to spend money on, and there's 3 movies because it's the holidays coming up. The kids are gonna be out of school. Movies are an easy thing to do. It's between Wicked, Moana 2, and Sonic 3.
Yeah, I can't. I know people want to see the movie, but I've said this before. I can't watch musicals. I'm sure it's really well done and the songs are great. I just am not a musical guy. But I'm so glad that people are enjoying it. I wish I liked musicals. I am envious, but I'm not gonna watch a musical.
You're not a musical guy?
No, not at all. I've tried. I can't. I just can't get into them.
I think the LGBTQ community is gonna have to kick you out, Mike.
It's yeah. I mean, I've been told that I am a fake gay because I should be more into theater and musicals. I honestly hate musicals. I can't. I just never liked them.
I'm a musical guy. I enjoy musicals.
That's great. I wish I could because it seems like they're so cheery and like you just get a good feeling. But I watch it and I'm like bored out of my mind. I'm fidgety. I'm irritated by the singing. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea. But if people like that, then I think then that's good. More power to you. It's just not my cup of tea.
In fact, I need to probably take your gay card from you. That's how much I like musicals.
I'll turn it in. I'll give you my gay card. We will trade spouses. Although my husband doesn't like musicals either.
Wow, you found the one.
He might hate musicals more than me, honestly.
Wow.
And I don't like musicals.
I'm a fan of musicals. Depends.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Cats was a rough one for me.
Oh, I got 5 minutes into that as a kid, and I'm like, what the fuck? I thought this was about cats. Why are they singing and dancing?
I like musicals, but I like stories. And Cats does not have a narrative. And the first time I saw Cats live, I've only seen Cats live once, but when I saw Cats live, I was unaware that there's no real narrative. It's just like a string of songs that connect in general to tell you about the life that these cats live, but there's no narrative really. And so I didn't know at the time, but we get to the end of the musical where the cat is rising up to whatever, I forgot what it's called, like where they go, where they die when they die. And I'm like, oh, here we go. They just introduced all the cats. Now the story's about to begin. And the show ended. I really thought like, oh, here we go. They introduced because that's what it is. That the whole fucking show is just introducing every like friggin' cat in the Broadway show.
Really?
And the cat, like every character gets their own song. You just learn about who these fucking people are. And then the last number is Memories, whatever it is. And the cat is being sent up to the cat heaven or whatever. And like it's like, all right, all the cats have been introduced. We now have a story set. There is this magical place where the cats go when they die. Here we go. The story's about to begin. And scene. The show ended. I really thought the show was just starting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I can't do it.
Bay Photo with a super chat. I sub to all of you, but Mike's live always shows up in my feed. It must be the thumbnails. I mean, he also has a lot of subscribers, and YouTube likes that. YouTube pumps Mike up in the algorithm.
Sometimes.
Right. Now, if you told me you always saw David Dole's Rational National channel in your recommendations, to me that wouldn't be a surprise because YouTube loves right-wing content. Logan with a membership super chat. Member for 16 months. If the shooter left the country, should we not expect Matt Leck on Majority Report for a while? Not serious. Yeah, the photo of the shooter without the mask on looks a lot like Matt Leck.
I noticed that.
It also looks a lot like Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy.
Oh, I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah. Lashes for Ashes with a super chat. Greg Abbott is not a real American. He can't stand for the flag or kneel for the cross. Fake patriot. Tracy Eva with a super chat. Are you ever going to put up any pretty pictures on your walls, Matt? Posters of your high school band, perhaps? No, I mean, I don't. I really should just use my green screen, I guess. I mean, what I also need to do is probably get rid of this white chair. That's I should probably get a new chair.
All you need is, I think, some bisexual lighting.
Yeah, I should probably get.
I think the white looks fine, to be honest. But like, if you wanted to like spice it up, bisexual lighting, you can't go wrong.
Tigwick with super chat letting me know that Ariana was on Blue Sky. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Tunbosin with a super chat. Oh yeah, Bougie Torres seems to be positioning for a shot as New York governor. Let's come together as New Yorkers to tell him F out of here. Honestly though, if his run for governor gets him out of Congress, I think it's worth it. Even if he wins, I would much rather have him as governor than as a member of Congress.
But then he might run for president.
He's not going to become president. God, I'm going to regret saying this in like
I was just going to say, like, the way you said that, like, I envisioned a future clip of somebody. Didn't you say this, Matt? This you? Don't say that. Right, knock on wood.
Yeah, I'm never fucking doing anything anymore like that. I mean, in 2020, I put my map out there and I was right. And then in 2024, people were asking me for the map and I felt compelled to do it. Now, I did the maps for fun. Like, I'm not like an electoral college predictor. That's not my area of expertise. I just did them for the hell of it because it was just, you could just put it together. There's a website where you just put them together. And I got it really wrong. And people were like, what the fuck, man? Like, I was just basing it on the data that was out there. I don't have no insider knowledge. I was just doing it for fun.
Yeah, nobody really knows. I mean, it's America. You can't predict what we're going to do.
But like, no, I get it if someone's like, this is my, like the fucking, what's that guy? The keys to the presidency? Like, listen, if your fucking shit is that, like if that's your shit and you got it wrong, then yeah, you should fucking own it. That you got it wrong. And it means something that you got it wrong because that's your deal. You're supposed to be an expert in that area. I'm not an elections expert. That's not my beat. That's not my area of expertise. I just did the map for fun, like any other one else does a map for fun.
Yeah. It's not like, it's a gut feeling. Like, it's not like you're some, fucking
right
whole data
I'm not
guy.
Fucking Nate Silver.
Right.
180K. All right. 180K Chan with a super chat says, R.I. Rest in piss, CEO. Okay. Tokyo Hans, the super chat, extra tsunami survival tales. The weekly supply ship didn't come for 3 months due to damage to the Tokyo port. Ran out of food, had to fish and help farmers. Ran out of booze. All we had was the horrible passion fruit rum we made. Wow.
Dang.
And SK with a $10 super chat. Title IX basically says everybody should have equal access to sports. I'm saying that it applies to equally to trans kids and girls.
Okay.
Right. I agree, though.
Okay.
I think girls should be able to play.
I think girls aren't working as well. So thank you for clarifying.
I think girls should be able to play on boys' teams. Let me be completely clear. I think teams should be co-ed at the school level, honestly.
I was on a T-ball co-ed as a first grader. I mean, it's not serious. It's for fun.
I coach a girls' soccer team. Now, granted, we're talking 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. But again, 6th grade is junior high school. Because my son is on the team. It's a co-ed team. The girls on the team are some of my best players. If I had to choose to make my roster shorter, based on just like it's at this level, I would never. But you can't say you turn people away. Every kid who wants to join can play. If I had to just pick the best players, every single girl on my team would be on my list. They would make the team. They'd be some of my first picks. So the idea that there should even be, like, I get it at the adult level, sure. Like when we're talking like, adults playing professional sports, women's and men's teams, I also wouldn't be against co-ed leagues, but I get why there is separation there, because unfortunately I do think a lot of people who deserve opportunities wouldn't get them. But when we're talking people playing in high school, maybe even college to some degree, I think there should be co-ed if they want to play co-ed. Like there should be girls teams and boys teams, but if a girl wants to play on another team, like wants to join like a co-ed, they should be allowed to.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's see. I think that this last one from Tokyo Han is also for you.
Tokyo Han says, seeing Hassan post Matt's map was fun. Wait, Hassan posted what map? The one I got really right in 2020 or the one I got really wrong in 2024? Which one did he post? When was this?
That's funny. I did get some more super chats, so I'll go through those. So we can get out of here. So Nadia.
Wait, he posted the wrong one. When did he post the wrong one? Did he post it when he was covering it before the election? Like, oh, this is a map that Matt Binder put out, and like, let's, this is what he thinks. Or was it after the election when he was like, look how fucking wrong Matt Binder was?
I don't think that Hassan would do that to you.
He posted it after? What did he say? Was he like, look how fucking wrong Matt Binder was? I gotta know. This is great. All right.
Okay, let me get to Nadia. So she sends a $2 super chat. Thank you, Nadia. NYC musical bars have people sing along with musical. That would be fun. That'd be fun. I'd be like the awkward lone person who doesn't know the lyrics, but I could see the appeal in that for sure. Another one from Nadia. Thank you for the 5, Nadia. Laying down court rulings, denying trans validity, and filling airwaves with moral panic against trans are there too, but don't rely on the issue specifics. Yeah. Sai Dior, thank you for the $2. I want LM this versus a tanky panel like Hakeem and Second Thought. Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to mix them up here because I'm working backwards. Okay, so Nadia, thank you for the $5. Trans sports panic is to traumatize trans preteens. More mature trans people can understand making a trade-off. Trans sports pros don't exist. Yeah, I didn't know this. I thought the number was more closer to 100, but it's actually less than 40 of trans athletes at the like collegiate level or professional level. I think it's at the collegiate level. So it's even smaller across the country for just like trans high schoolers. Like in some states where they ban trans people, there's no known trans athletes. So we're talking about such a small portion of people that they're using all of this fear mongering about, and it's truly goonish behavior.
Right.
Sai Dior, thank you for the $2. Do elephants play fleshlights with their trunks? Can they reach? I mean, if they could reach, then they should. I mean, might as well, right? Chargood. Thank you for the 5. My wife's from Louisiana. Sorry for being a weirdo. Have a great night, guys. Get all the rest you need. Hey, I don't think you're being a weirdo. I think that when it's late, Matt and I have a problem reading these tweets because when you're just looking at a screen and lights for like so long, eventually your brain starts to rot. And after I talk for more than like 2 hours, I kind of become Joe Biden. So it gets difficult. My brain just it needs sleep. Jeremy Elwood, thank you for the $2. At time of night where we should share dog pics. That's always appreciated. Comrade, or excuse me, International Party of Antarctica, thank you for the $2. Comrade Commander Ingrid Cole demands a debate. I have never heard of that person. Like with us, or is this a joke? I'm not 100% sure, but I appreciate the $2. The Lumpen Lodge, thank you for the $5. I keep on almost getting shot at work as a utility forester. I'm also a wildland firefighter. My crew is hiring. What's up, bro? Are you serious? That's horrifying. Please do what you can to protect yourself. That's scary. Please be careful. My goodness. Felipe Cortez, thank you for the $5. Please call Karen Kasparian for what she is, a classical liberal. Right. And this was this tweet was from Shargoon that I referenced. Mike, let Matt get to his chats. I'm tired. Done. Okay. Sam Villain, thank you for the $50. My goodness, you guys have been incredibly thoughtful and generous tonight. I really appreciate it. I thought we need to separate HMOs from other insurers. They run hospitals. Incentives are aligned with insured. Also, ACA rules should mean emergency admission and required procedures at out-of-network hospital can't be billed. Agree with the rest. Yeah. I mean, there's the ACA. I think that in stopping discrimination against people with pre-existing conditions, that was huge. But that's the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more. That's a good step in the right direction, but we have so much more to go. Thank you to Jar for the $5. Previous chatter talking about Saw 6 means that Jigsaw put an insurance guy through all the traps for these exact reasons. I thought of that movie too. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I've not seen Saw 6, but that does make sense. Yeah. I'd have to watch it now. King Monty, thank you for the $5. Mike, I've been a big fan of yours. Big fan for yours. Thank you. That's so cool to hear. What can I say to my trans friends who are scared that they will continue to be cracked down on by the government? It's really hard because I want to say the perfect thing to trans people to make them feel better. But there's not really anything to make them feel better. I think that everybody kind of feels that things are bad and they're going to get bad. And, it's hard to know. There's not really anything that you can say to them. You just got to be there for them. Give them an ear or a shoulder, listen, try to show up for them when you can. I think that is what you can do as an ally, and honestly ask them, what do you need from me? Is there anything I can do to help? A lot of them will say no. Some of them will say, hey, maybe, just go with me to some appointment with me or something. I don't know. It's hard. Just show up. That's the best that I can say, because I don't think that you can really tell a trans person in this environment something that's going to make them feel better, because it's just such a bad situation. But just try to be the best bud to them that you can, because they need it. I mean, we all need buddies, but I mean, trans people right now are justifiably worried. So just show up. Earth Creature, thank you for the $2. We're proud of all of you. HR, MR, NR, ETZ, thank you. Well, I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you for becoming a member, Bluey from Oz. And to the Bull Moose Network, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Mike, I like pointing this out. To be a cynic is a good thing. The term cosmopolitan comes from cynicism. Be a cynic. They were the progressives of ancient philosophy. Okay, well, thank you so much. Jeremy Elwood, thank you for the $2. Peltier is still in jail, Hunter free. Yeah, that pisses me off. I hope that people continue to press Biden on this, because it would be nice if at least Leonard Peltier was free. I mean, there's so much more people he should pardon, but yeah. Keep pushing the case and tweeting about it and stuff. 180K Chan, thank you for the $2. Rip Piss CEO. 180K Chan, $5, thank you. I don't take joy in CEO death, but can we take a moment of silence for the patients who died to be rejected by his company? Yeah, I think that's fair. Jeremy Elwood, I've just got a couple left. Thank you for the $5. I work at GameStop and I have no idea what would fall for Game of the Year. So many mixed reviews on so many games, but I think Astrobot is a good guess for sure. Yeah, I don't know either. I think that if Astrobot won, it would absolutely be justified. It's a phenomenal game. I 100%ed it. Platinum did. It was great. Nadia, thank you for the $2. KIA equals killed in action. Thank you, Nadia. William Sheehan, thank you for the $4.99. Truly happy to have you guys to watch over the years and see you be what true progressives look like and to strengthen the left since TYT downfall. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Jeremy, thank you for the $2. NCIS did a great job casting a little person fair. I think they should just be like you don't need to tokenize little people. Just put them in normal roles because they exist as human beings, not just as like the token little person. I think that that's needed. I don't know why that hasn't happened. There's so many stars that could play just regular roles. It just doesn't make sense to me why that's not the case. Shadimus, thank you for the $4.99. Mike, I voted for Trump because affordable food is a human right, not because people think I have a hard-on for hatred for LGBTQ plus extras. I mean, if you did vote for Donald Trump, then it doesn't matter what your intentions were. You voted to fuck over queer people, and your food is going to get more expensive. So, I mean, if you actually did do that, then you played yourself too, not just us. Like, you fucked over everyone. Rhonda Abrams, thank you for the $5. I will spread my donation around after TYT cancel. Thank you. Molf Velocita, thank you for the 20. Is that Danish kroners? I think that's Danish kroners. Love you, Mike. Thanks for your allyship. Love you too. Absolutely. Max, thank you for the $2. Did you see the super chat I sent earlier? Okay, yes. So I am caught up. And that's it. That's all of them.
I just got one. Say de your Haas Infracell and Jay Hinkle sex tape has surfaced. Wait, what? I don't even want to know. Over on Twitch.
Yeah, I don't want to know
Twitch. Either. Over on Twitch. Celtic Girl subscriber Prime. Thank you so much, Celtic Girl. I got rated by Like It or Not Show and Benjamin P. Dixon. Thank you so much.
Wow. I got rated by Maple Takes. Thank you, Maple Takes.
I got rated by Ariana Jasmine. Oh, she must have done that one all on herself. She must really love the show. Anonymous Gifter gave out 5 community gift subs. Thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter. That created a hype train. And Supple Waluigi subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much, Supple Waluigi.
That conjures up a very specific image.
I love it. Supple Waluigi.
Okay, do we want to raid Riverboat Jack? She is still on.
Oh, let me see.
I just double checked so that we're not raiding somebody who's leaving. I think that happened last week or the week before. I can't remember.
All right, raid.
All right, I'm queuing it up. I cannot even talk. It's so
let's do Riverboat Jack. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Let's all right. Everybody,
quick,
thank you so much.
One last super chat.
Don't forget to subscribe to my. First of all, if you're not subscribed, so many people are watching that don't usually watch. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/MattBinder, youtube.com/MattBinder, and if you're already subscribed there, subscribe to my second channel that I'm trying to get monetized, which I'm going to drop in the chat one more time.
Thank you, the Land of the Nod Narb, for the $10 chat last minute. This is literally the first time I've ever paid for a super chat, but I'd do it again if it guaranteed more. Don't give a fuck, Mike. Well, hey, I appreciate that. Very cool of you. All right, are we raiding?
All right, let's raid. Here we go. Did you press start raid?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, here we go. Mine's filling up. Hold on. I didn't press it. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, so many people are watching me on Twitch too. Twitch.tv/MattBinder. Follow me on there if you aren't already either. All right, you ready to press it? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peace, everybody.
All right, you all take care. We'll see you next week.